Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Sand Manipulation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why? No one POV. It didn't start like a normal day. Izuku being bored as usual and Izumi being hyped changed the whole atmosphere. Now you may ask, why was this? Well, in a world where everyone has a quirk manifesting from age 6, ranging from E-rated to S+ rated, E is the most rare. No heroes have been yet emerged from that depth. E is rated as scum. Even beggars, if by chance have AS+ quirk, they become filthy rich, while a millionaire with a E quirk will become a beggar. Now, our main protagonist, Izuku Yagi, will emerge from those exact depths. Magically, not literally. Mom, shouted Izumi, who was jumping up and down on the couch with her older brother, Izuku, staring at the wall thinking something. Izumi. Yes, dear, asked her mum, who knew the answer to her question, which was, when are we going to the quirk doctor? Answered the excited Izumi with another question. Wait patiently, Izumi. Ma will take us soon enough, said Izuku, who escaped out of his trance just minutes ago. Izumi pouted at her brother's answer and again started jumping. She will never learn. Will she? Izuku POV. Izuku here has a E-ranked quirk which is unknown to the world, the doctor said while her head was down. So if you find anything, please do inform us, she continued while my whole world came crashing down. I looked at my mother with hope that she will at least comfort me, but to my dismay, it never came. The little girl here, on the other hand, has a S-rated telekinetic quirk, enough to match the number 4 hero magneti. You hear that, Izumi? You're gonna be a hero. The words I wanted to hear, instead said to my sister. Yes, Mom. I'll be a great hero, said Izumi while holding her magneti figure in the air. I know, she said, smiling. I eventually came to hate that. The Yagis. What about the quirks? Curiously asked Toshinori. Izuku has an E-ranked but Izumi has a S-ranked quirk, powerful enough to battle the number 5 hero magneti, Inko stated. Oh really? Well, congrats, Izumi. We are gonna go and celebrate. Okay. Izumi says while Izuku was having the time of his life. All alone. In his room. Crying in a pillow. Dreaming to be a hero. Deku. Kaken says, guess you've become useless, Nichan, Izumi says with full spite in her last word. Flashback. Izumi POV. I am running to my friends, excited about my quirk. When I reach them, Shoto asks, hey Izumi, didn't you and your brother go to the quirk doctor? What is it? Yeah. Speak up, Izumi. What's the rank? Katsumi, my BFF, asks curiously, well, my quirk is S-ranked. And it's telekinesis, I say. What about Izuku? Shoka says, she always stutters when talking about my brother. Don't know why. Well, his is E-ranked. He has a so-called demon inside, but we don't know what it does. Ha, I am the greatest. My quirk is S-ranked and the best. Katsuki says while blasting his hands. Oh, shut up. Katsuki said while she hit his head. Hard. Katsuki growled while I had a worry in my head. Hey guys? What if he still wants to be a hero? He will probably die before rescuing one person, Shoto said like it wasn't a worry in the world. Don't say that. Shoka cried. Yeah, we will just talk to him, I said, not knowing what we were about to do. No one POV. Deku. What happened, Kaken? You still want to be a hero, Nissan? Yes. Shoto then interrupted Izuku by giving a blast of ice on his hand. Don't do it, you will only get yourself ended, useless, Shoka said, surprising everyone. Shoka, you too? Izuku said, shocked. Sorry, then I have to. Shoka thought, regretting what she was about to do. Izuku screamed as Shoka blasted his leg with some fire, leaving a small but hurtful burn. What the hell, Shoka? We didn't agree to this. Izumi hissed in Shoka's ear. Then how will he stop to be a hero unless he doesn't know what harm it can bring him? Argued Shoka, returning the hiss. I guess you're right, Izumi said, proceeding to tell everything to her gang. I finally get to put the nerd in his place. Katsuki thought as he readied the explosion in his hand. What are you going to do, Kaken? Izuku scrambled behind as the lunch was just about to be over, just a little more. Izuku thought. And as on cue, ring ring. The saved by the bell nerd, Katsuki cussed as he was just about to get to the good part. Izuku runs away thinking why. After that fateful day at school, Izuku came home with a small burn on his stomach and a bandaged face which was left in the middle due to the nurse knowing that Izuku was an E. He opened the door, "I'm home." No response. Izuku thought, no one is home? Did they leave me? He entered the house with a spare key he had which he took today just in case. Thank God I brought you today, huh? He thought. Looking at the key, he removed his shoes, took a warm bath and started to treat his minor wounds. Why are mom and dad doing this? Do they not love me? Thought Izuku as his $1,000,000 smile started to fade. He started his PC with difficulty as he was still 6 and started looking up how to treat the wounds. Izuku clutched his forehead as it started to burn. Bad. After a while of agony, it stopped. He quickly looked up how to treat burns as he thought his head was burned for some reason, but it turns out that it wasn't. When he checked in the mirror, he just saw a tattoo. Why does it say L love? After some rubbing his head with soap, he concluded that it was permanent, though he didn't know how it came to be. He started learning how to treat wounds and then he heard the door closing. He went to check it out but he saw his parents. He didn't want to bother them so he just left them be. After a while of surfing the web, he stumbled upon an All Might video, "Have no fear." Why? Because I am here. Izuku's eyes sparkled at the hero and he started to find more videos. He had just forgotten who his idol was. It was the great All Might. If you are a true hero, then keep smiling. Just like me, in the face of danger, keep smiling to show them you aren't scared. His idol said, smiling himself, if I want to be a hero like All Might, then I will keep smiling. Izuku thought as his $1,000,000 smile grew again. I'll never stop smiling. He thought again, even if the world goes against me, I'll never stop smiling. But they won't. Will they? Somebody will accept me, so I will keep smiling till then. He encouraged himself. He then started to mumble, I have to find my Quirk. The doctor said that it was a living demon, but I don't know how to connect to him or communicate, so what can I do? Maybe extreme circumstances will activate or awaken him. But I don't want to try it in case I get ended, so all I can do is wait. Shut up. You're annoying. Who told that? Izuku said while looking everywhere, are you my demon? Can I talk to you? If it's okay with, just tell yes or no please, or just tell me what you can do. Will my appearance change if I meet Y-? I said shut up. And the time is not right, you were annoying, that's why I spoke. Oh okay, I'll try to keep quiet from now on. Can you hear my thoughts? No response. Okay, I will take it as a yes, Izuku said, excited that his Quirk finally spoke. Everybody tells that you're weak, is that true? Again, no response. I'll take that as a no, Izuku thought, thinking his no, his friend can hear him. Please leave Bakugo as I have other matters to attend to, I said, giving my OG smile which again shocked the both of them. Oi Bakugo, the school left. What are you doing with this useless nerd? Shoka asked. She was in a different class with Katsumi and Shoto, so they weren't that big of a deal. This nerd just angered him a bit, that's all, Izumi said, coming out of her shocked trance. Come on baby, let's go, she said while hugging Shoto's arm. All right, Shoto replied. I sighed that they left me alone, but I thought Katsumi and Shoka were staring at me with a look I didn't recognize. Then I proceeded home, which I also didn't like. On the way, I heard some rumbling which caused me to look behind and I spotted a green slime. He said medium-sized meat shield, not bad. Then he quickly launched himself at me. I was stunned and didn't react in time, so he got to me and started to lock on. I struggled and he replied with a giggle and said, don't make it hard for us, just quiet down so the pain can go away quickly. I didn't listen, so I still struggled, not noticing my eye is going haywire and turning. I started to see bits of sand rise up, but before they could do anything, I say a silhouette of someone Detroit smash. He said, the force was major so I passed out but woke up with someone slapping me. Huh. I said as I woke up and to my realization, it was my idol All Might. Good to see that you're awake, young man. He said while giving his signature smile. Why is All Might? I searched for notebook to see that he already gave me his autograph, All Might. I quickly shouted as he was about to leave. He turned around and said, yes, young man? Can a person with AE Quirk become a hero? I said with hope, and my eyes had already turned back when I fell unconscious. I'm sorry, but a person with AE Quirk can't be a hero. Try to become a police officer instead. They do a fine job even if they aren't praised, he said, breaking my hope into a billion pieces. Now I have got to go. With that, he jumped away. I look around to search for what I do and my eyes fall on a 30-story building. Maybe I should do it. I walked and climbed, finally reaching the top. Before I jumped, I wrote a letter and kept it below my shoes, which I removed. The letter contained, hello my so-called family and friends. I wrote this to tell you, you achieved what you wanted. Why? I jumped and ended myself today. A moment of celebration, wouldn't you say? Making myself end me so that your hands don't get stained. What a perfect job. I even met my idol today and he said that I can't be a hero. Such a great day, wouldn't you say? Neglecting me at home and bullying me in school so that I go crazy and end myself. Don't even make a dumb excuse like, I didn't realize it, oh my. Such a terrible mother I am. Or, I didn't want him to die so I bullied him till he bled unconscious, oh my. Such a terrible sister/friend I am, so I ended myself and you achieved it. Such a great life, wouldn't you say? Hell, I'm surprised I didn't go evil or crazy till now. I don't know about my uncles like Izawa/Eraserhead, Nizu, or my grandpa Gran Torino, so I don't know what to say to them. Either you actually forgot me or Toshi and Inko told you lies. I'll leave some pictures of my injuries which I happen to have, and which you ignored, probably thinking it's just him playing rough with his friends and I am saying the truth, wouldn't you say? Like what you see. These are beautiful, wouldn't you say? Complete my dying wish for me, shall you? Don't invite Toshinori, Inko, Izumi, Katsuki, Shoka or Shoto to my funeral and, oh yeah, make them confess what they did on live television. It'll be fun, wouldn't you say? Sincerely with hate to all of you Fu-kers. Izuku. Just Izuku. Now that I have fulfilled my hate, let's jump, shall we? I want to fly like a bird, I said to myself, getting ready to jump. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. With that I took a leap of faith which would finally release me from my curse and end me. Woohoo! Phew. I was just returning from my job when I heard someone shout. I looked there to find a boy, my age, jumping from the roof. He was just about to hit the ground. Before he did, I used my quirk to stop him. I expected a thank you, but all I got was a glare with one of his eyes turning. You're welcome? Why, oh why did you stop me? I was just about to be free, the boy said, clearly angry. Whoa, calm down. Can you say why you jumped? And your name? Izuku POV. Well, she looked calm, but I wasn't, so I decided to be calm to not scare her away, but in the end she was going to cause I'm an E. I sighed and started, my name is Izuku Y dash. Izuku Y? No, it's just Izuku, I don't like my family name. Oh okay, my name's Ayaka Fukusaki. Now if you're comfortable, can you tell me why you jumped? I'm an E. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Oh. There goes my chance to make actual friends, I thought, as I didn't expect what would happen. Suddenly, out of my dismay, she hugged me. I didn't know how to react, so I was just standing in the position I was in before. Must have been hard, right? She asked. It calmed me down and cried a lot. She was just hugging me while I cried, and after some time I dared to hug back. While I thought she would leave me, she was comforting me. Looks like I was right when I said somebody will accept me. After a while we let go of each other and I thanked her, to which she replied, it's okay, but what about you parents, or you would have at least one friend. Right? No. I'm so sorry, she says, tearing up. It's fine, it wasn't your fault anyway, I said while I had a good look at her. I did something everyone would do. I blushed at the sight while I said, don't cry, Why you don't look good? Okay, she said while she blushed a bit. You wanna come with me? You can stay if you want. But what about your parents? I've been living on my own. I have a job to support me though. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Like you said, it's fine, so you comin'? Sure, give me your address. I'll come at your house after I get my clothes from my old house. All right, be sure to come within 2 hours. My shift starts then. Oh shit, bye. Wait. You didn't get my address. Shit, I ran over and grabbed the note she was holding then. No one POV. Izuku ran home after trying to commit suicide. No biggie. On the other hand, Izumi was worried out of her mind figuring out where he went as it was 6 p.m. now. She heard the door close and went to check it out to find her brother. She started to act and made a look of disgust. Ugh, it's just you? F-pi-c-k-u toot, he said returning the look then he rushed into his room. What's up with him today? Guess I'll check it out, Izumi thought as she went towards his room then knocked. Open in 3 or this door goes down. 1, 2, Turdash. Izuku opened the door. Geez, don't be like that Nichan, Izumi said while smirking, just speak what you want. Why are you acting like this today? What do you mean? All the bullying definitely didn't change me. Oh, whatever, Izumi said, then quickly used her quirk to lift Izuku, who didn't even fight back, and threw him to the other hand of the hallway. Ga. Izuku shouted. Pathetic, Izumi said while again using her quirk to take him out the window and throw him out. Don't come back, will you? She scowled to an unconscious Izuku. With Izuku. What the hell? Izuku said while he looked around. Why am I in a sewer? He looked around to see light coming from one of the pathways and decided to check it out. He came inside to see a huge brown monster with blue markings around him. Who are you? If I may ask. The monster called Shikaku was shocked at a human being polite to him and decided to return the favor just this once. I am the Sand Devil, Shikaku. And what is this place? It's your mindscape, kid. I'm the monster within you. Izuku snapped. Why didn't you help me then, Shikaku? I was suffering while you were just watching. Calm down, kid. No, actually, you're here to accept an apology from me. The apology goes, I'm sorry that I didn't do anything and am here to train you. I can see everything you can. Train me? Izuku asked, now fully calmed as he gets to be stronger. Yep, I will train you for a good 10 years. Don't worry, you won't age a bit and it's 2 hours in the real world, so it's okay. Then let's get to it. Oh, I'ma just start. Shikaku has an OC personality in this. In Izuku's mindscape. Let's start training. I said with hope as someone finally wants to train me. Listen, kid, as much as I hate this part, I have to explain how the sand move. Oh. Okay, start then. So, I have a thing called chakra which moves the sand, and because I'm inside you, you can move it to your free will. We can do a lot of things with chakra, but I have sensed that for some reason, this world cannot use it even though they have it. I suggest that after training take a certain amount of sand and I'll put my chakra in it to make it stronger, okay? Okay. Now can we get to training? Sure, Shikaku said as he chuckled. Time skip. He can do everything Gaara does in Season 3 and teleport using sand molecules if Shikaku's chakra is in it. Your training for now is done. Go out, it's nearly 1 hour 45 minutes in the real world, Shikaku said, proud of what the boy has achieved in 10 years. Thanks, Shikaku, for the training, but I was wondering something during our training. If it's about more training, then don't worry. I can talk to you through our mind as they are connected, and you can see me when you sleep if you want. No, not that. Thanks for the info, but I was thinking that why are you behind the cage and why is there paper on the bars? It's the seal. It limits how much chakra I can give you, but as you can't use it except in your sand. So, the seal is pointless. Also, if you want, I can come out to aid you or go on my personal rampage, but I prefer not to. So I can just rip this off? If you trust me not to go on a rampage, Shikaku replied with a menacing grin. Okay, Izuku said as he rose up to rip the seal off. Are you sure? I can go on a rampage if I conquer your mind. It's not like you will, besides I trust my brain and you, Izuku said while knocking on his head. Then he rose enough to rip it off and did. Now, how do I leave? Just think that you want to leave and you will leave. Okay, Izuku said as he pressured his mind, ordering it that he wants to leave. He did it after a few tries and woke up in the real world. Okay, Shikaku, can you hear me? Yes, now shut up and go to the girl. All right, just check in, Izuku thought as he walked up to his window and rose up with the help of sand from his house's garden. He reached his window and opened it slowly. He wrote a new letter containing most of the things from his suicide letter, excluding the things that he is doing suicide, and left it on the table before leaving with 2 bags. After some time, he came to the address to find a beautiful house made of wood in between the woods. What the hell? Wasn't she living alone? Izuku thought as he wondered, being stunned at the beauty of the house. Hey Izuku, Ayaka said. She looked as if going to an office. Hey Fukusaki, thanks for letting me stay. Where do you work? First of all, call me Ayaka. Secondly, no problem. And third, I work as a delivery girl, she said while giving a thumbs up. Oh okay, can you give me the key? Izuku asked as he pointed to the big house. And isn't that a bit expensive for a delivery girl? It was my parents. They were super rich and had many houses, but I thought I'm the only one living, literally, so why not sell the others for money? And I did. I just have this job to keep having money so I don't run out. And here, she tosses the keys as she giggled a bit. Phew. K, she's cute, Izuku thought, then caught the keys she tossed. Thanks. When do you leave? I mean the job. Considering it's already 7:50, I think I'm gonna be late unless I use my quirk. So, I'll come back around 12-inch. You work that late? You'll be surprised at how many people order pizzas at 11 p.m., she said while getting ready to take off with her quirk. Then she waved before saying, bye then. Yeah. Bye, Izuku said while seeing Ayaka tail off. I think I'll go to the beach for the sand. With that, he took off. After reaching a certain beach. Geez, this place is trashed. I used to love coming here, but WF happened? He thought while looking around. Okay kid, I suggest that you clean this beach up for training. Even with the physical things I did, which are not a lot, you can use this to build up some muscle. Thanks for the idea. I'll start right away. Izuku thought, responding to Shikak. All right. Let's start. Fu, K, this is tiresome. I have to work on my stamina, Izuku thought to himself as he was walking to his new home, which he actually was happy about. It's 12 now. Ayaka should be home by now, he thought to himself as he reached the place to find Ayaka laying on the floor, not even close to the door. She passed out. After sighing, Izuku carried her bridal style to her room while being a tomato. He put her on the bed, and when he was about to leave, he felt something tug his arm. He looked behind to see Ayaka holding his sleeve. Do you need anything? Where will you sleep? I only have one room. Oh, well. I think I'll sleep on the couch or outside. It's windy and I like it. Don't go out, there are mosquitoes. Sleep with me on the bed. Excuse me. Sleep with me on the bed, it'll be better, she said. Half all sleep already. Izuku went red and asked, are you sure that I'll not be bothering you? Yeah, now sleep. I'm tired, she said while taking a blanket on. You don't want to change? I can go out if you want. Just sleep. Okay, Izuku replied. He went on the bed fully red that he was sleeping beside a cute girl. Aika POV. I don't remember what happened last night after I passed out. What about Izuku? I thought as I looked here and there, then I noticed a bump on my bed and got curious. I removed the sheet to find Izuku. I shouted as blood escaped my nose. Why are you shirtless? And in my bed? I said as I became red. He said while rubbing his eyes. You don't remember what happened? He's so hot and cute at the same time. Ayaka? Abs. Ayaka. I escaped my trance, startled as. He sighed and continued. Do you not remember what happened yesterday? And not much. I remember me passing out due to exhaustion. I don't remember anything after that. I carried you to your room and was about to leave, but you insisted on not leaving, so I didn't. I said, ditch that? I say while being a tomato. Yeah, I should wear a shirt? He said and got up. Say, would your boss let me take your shift instead? Why? I didn't know what or why he was saying this. You passed out of exhaustion. I think that's obvious, so you should rest today. I'll take your shift, if your boss allows, that is. Don't do that. We're still kinda strangers. I don't even know if my boss would agree. We are strangers and yet I sleep in your bed. With you, just write a note and let me do the Rest, it's the least I can do. Oh, okay, what happened to him? It's like his personality changed. I like it. I thought while he was waiting. Ahem, today. Oh right, I scrambled over to the bed drawer and opened it, wrote a note and gave it to Izuku. What should I do till then? Shopping, movie, or you can stay here binging some anime. I giggled at the answer and told, I choose option 3. Good for you then. When does your shift start again? Well, since middle school ended ages ago dash. Yeah, just yesterday. My boss told me I would do 2 shifts, one from 3 to 5 and the other from 8 to 12. Seems doable. I'll go and train. Oi, wait. What do you do for training? Well, there's a littered beach. I just go and clean it. Does good training too, Chi said as he lifted his shirt to show me some abs. Bad Ayaka. Don't have those thoughts, I thought to myself and looked away blushing. Just go and train. Let me binge some anime. He chuckled and answered, sure. He left and I started watching Overlord on Netflix. After a while, I finished 4 episodes. Izuku came in, tired. Whoa, what happened? Tired much? Not feeling it today, he said, coming in, and he fell on the couch. Watcha doing? Watching Overlord on Netflix. Oh, sick. Do you know that in episode 6 dash? I scream at the top of my lungs, not wanting a spoiler. Shut up, I'm on episode 5. He smirked. Sheet, I thought, thinking that he will give me a huge amount of spoilers. I'll also watch then, he said. What? Yeah, I'm on episode 7, so I'll also watch. Oh, okay. After a while, he started to dizzy off and slept on my lap. I didn't know what to do. So I started playing with his hair while watching. I checked the time and it's 2:30. He woke up and sat straight up. WTF happened? It's 2:30, get ready. But where do you work? I was shocked. He had to get ready and didn't know where I work. Just get ready and I'll give you the address on your phone. Oh, okay, he said as he rushed off. I was glad that I exchanged numbers when we first met. I sent the address and he ran out in 5 minutes. I was glad that I took the day off cause I will barrage him with spoilers of Overlord. Time skip no one POV. Izuku came back from work and to his surprise, Ayaka was sleeping in her PJs on the couch. He decided to go and clean the beach since he had nothing else to do. He was conversing with Shikaku while doing it to know more about chakra. Shikaku mentioned that he forgot all his memories of his previous life and they decided on becoming a vigilante to gather more chakra, as Shikaku said it's better to have a mix of different chakras than only one. Izuku also bought some weights to put on while walking and doing something else. He would only remove them when sleeping and bathing. After his training schedule is completed, he looks at his watch. 7:30, eh? Well, I've got nothing to do, so let's just walk, he thought to himself, and as he started to go under a bridge, he heard a familiar voice saying, we meet again, medium-sized meat shield? Yes, nice to meet you too, how's the family? Izuku said as he turned around to see green slime with 2 eyeballs and 1 mouth. Good, thanks to you, the slime said as he jumped towards Izuku. Sand coffin, Izuku said while holding his hand out as sand from around him went to capture the slime. Good thing I'm near the beach. Sand seal, he said as the sand hardened. He went towards the huge sphere and put his ear against it. Let me out of here. The slime shouted. Nah, not yet, Izuku replied. He left the sphere here writing a note and leaving it. It read, to whoever finds this, I have captured the slime villain and put it in this sphere. So if you're not a hero or police officer, please send it to them. Sincerely, a future wannabe hero. He left, thinking that what he did was a good job and reached home. Hey, I'm home. No response. Izuku got worried about his only friend and checked all the rooms to find her in the bedroom. Sleeping, I'm paranoid AF. He then checked the time and got ready for his shift. He would reach early just in case her boss didn't allow it. He took the letter and ran off with his weights on. Turns out the booze accepted and was a very nice fellow. Izuku, after the shift, went home and got squashed in Ayaka's chest as she thanked him, and his face was a clear mess. A day after Izuku left. Izuku still doesn't know that his father is All Might, and All Might is not that desperate to look for a successor. Izumi POV. I came upstairs to knock on Oniai-chan's door and remember that I had thrown him out of the window. With regret, I thought he's not that weak. He may have come up and slept. Right? After a minute, I got impatient and slammed the door open to see no one in with all of his All Might posters ripped and a letter resting on the table, and I read it. Dear parents and friends. You achieved what you wanted. What is it, you may ask? It's Izuku leaving the house to fend for his own cause. We don't want him, right? I'm leaving this shitty family and ex-friends. If you cared about me, I honestly don't think you do, you would have not neglected me and at least noticed the scars and burns I've had. Don't remember? Let me just jog your memory. Hot, right? Wait, there's more. That's it, not much, right? I am done with your bullshit and am leaving the house. Don't even think about making excuses such as, my, I didn't even remember such a terrible mother/father I have been, or, I was just doing this so he wouldn't die even though I beat him to a bloody pulp every day, not knowing what he suffers through, such a terrible friend/sister I have been. I don't even know what to say about my uncles, either they actually didn't like me or Tashinori and Inko, yes, I'm calling them that cause they aren't my parents anymore, just told you lies, in which case I forgive you. But if they didn't, don't expect me to forget all I've been through and go running into your arms. There once was a boy who didn't even need a good quirk, he just wanted to be a hero, but after one word said, his life changed. Brink after it, the boy was agitated, wanting comfort or warm words such as even you can be a hero. Boy was he wrong when he thought mother or father will say this. Eventually, I know it, he went to his friends for comfort who just beat him. My time will come, he thought. Finally, after around 12 years of bullying, scars, neglect, sadness, his time came. He met an angel who took him under her wing and took him away from the old family. The boy's name was Izuku. Nothing more, nothing less. Sincerely from my deepest hatred, Izuku. P.S. Don't find me and I'll not end you. If you do, don't approach me. And expect me at UA, winky face. I cried and cried, hating myself for what I did to my brother. Honey, what's wrong? My mom said, rushing in with Dad. Read it, I said between sobs, handing the letter to my parents. After a few minutes, they fell on the floor crying and sobbing. Independent Illinois, call the detective, Dad said, between sobs. I'm such a bad mother, Mom repeated while Dad called our friends and family and I went to comfort Mom. After a few minutes, we heard the doorbell and after cleaning ourselves quickly, we went to see who it was. Uncle Enji and Aunt Ray came in with the Todoroki twins. Shoto noticed me and took me somewhere else. What happened? He asked. I could see the worry in his eyes and replied. Nisen left. What do you mean? He ran away. From here? I just nodded in reply. Oh no, did he say anything about leaving? I handed him the letter and while he read, Shoka strolled to us and noticed me crying a bit. She hurried over and asked, what happened? Are you okay? Did Sho do something? Ni-san left, he ran away from house. She said, he was her crush and he left, not giving her a chance to confess her feelings. She was broken. Why, I'll read this letter, Sho said while handing Shoka the letter. She read it and was devastated at what she did. Between our silence, we heard some shouts of Uncle Enji and Aunt Ray. Uncle Za also must have come because we heard him. What the hell, Tashinori? Enji said, I expected better from you, Inko. Ray said. You just neglected your own son? Uncle Zawa shouted. He always had a different bond with Aizu before he was announced quirkless. I always wanted the same bond. I heard the doorbell ring and as I went up to open it, I was given glares from Uncle. I opened the door to find Nizu, Gran Torino, Aunt and Uncle Bakugu and the twins. Small time skip. Tashinori, I expected better from you, Nizu said after the explanation of Izuku. Uncle Zoa was in tears for his nephew. Ray and Auntie Mitsuki were comforting him and Nizu with Gran Torino were talking to my parents while the others were scolding the group and me. I am sorry, Sniff, I am a bad sister, I said while Uncle Enji was scolding us with Uncle Zawa giving all of us glares after reading the letter. You all are bad relatives. Uncle Zawa shouted. He was not the type to shout. Sometime we got scared and the girls and I were crying. We regretted it so much. No one POV. You're lucky that the kids don't know about you and OFA or you would have to tell all you did to Izuku Y-. Nizu caught himself before saying the surname. Your salary will be deducted by 85% for UA and your quirk will be transferred to Mirio Togata immediately. Do you understand? Nizu scolded. And, I will not be pressed charges for what I'm about to do, Gran Torino said in an almost demonic voice while his face was shadowed. Both of the Yagis flinched at this and kept their heads down, not wanting to anger the already angered people. And I have some special arrangements for the school which allowed this, Nizu thought as he laughed. You, without further ado, let's start. And Izuku is 16, it is around the end of the year. And again, all credit to the makers in the full story, includes other chapters. Izuku POV. I return from my usual patrol route without any annoyance, talking about pro heroes, this time. I walk up to our room and open the door to keep my stuff. She's at work. Thank God no, I don't keep secrets from her, she knows about my vigilante stuff. It's just that, this time I came back with a lot of blood and she just gets concerned. We are not dating. I'm thinking about confessing, I skipped high school cause I think that's bullshit. Though I do take the exams cause it's important if I want to get into UA. I have Ayaka to ask me random question which she does enthusiastically, but I always answer correctly. I keep my vigilante costume in the drawer and lock it. I like it a lot, Ayaka designed it for me. I head out to rest after keeping my gourd, which is made of sand, in which there's Shikaku's chakra, and come out to rest on the couch. I eventually doze off scrolling through my phone, looking at cute kittens and puppies which Ayaka sends me through the phone. After a bit, I hear the ring bell and dash forward to open the door. Pizza, finally. I thought cause I was hungry and not in the mood to cook, not that I don't know how to, it's a different topic. I open the door, pay the man and go to the couch, open a random anime to watch while I eat. After an hour or so, I hear the doorbell again. Sheet, Ayaka will be mad. I thought. I hurriedly got up, threw the pizza box outside, heard the doorbell rung for the second time and ran to open it. What took you so long? She asked with a curious expression on her face. I was sleeping. Sleeping. Ok. So done with your shift? Yep. Done with your patrols? Did you get hurt? Yes then no. Thank God, she sighed and went up the room to change. So, Ayaka, I said after she came out. Yeah. Are you free tomorrow? Yeah, why? She said as she plopped on the bed and went through some shows. I was thinking we could hang out, B-dash. Really? Yes. We could go shopping then a movie and finally dash. Diner, I said dreamily, I like food, can't blame me. Yes, then diner, she said giggling. Okay. It's settled then, first some shopping then a movie, diner and anime night. In which I ask you, I said the last part quietly, not wanting to ruin the surprise. Time skip to when they are going to the mall. No one POV. As Izuku and Ayaka are walking to the mall, Izuku sees a sight that he doesn't want to Ayaka. Yeah? Let's go to another mall? I heard there was one downtown. What? Why? This is the one we're going to. But. Why do you don't want to go here? No reason, let's go, Izuku said as he put on his hoodie's cap and ran in pulling Ayaka. Ow. It hurts. 3 o'clock, Izuku said as he sighed. No, it's 5. Not that, look at 3 o'clock. Oh, Ayaka said as she looked at her right to see 2 twins and a girl with golden hair who looked exactly like Izuku except the hair. Wait. 2 twins, one pair has bicolored hair and the other ones have spiky hair. She mumbled to herself. Yes, they are my old family. What? Let me at them. Ayaka said, resisting the pull of Izuku. Many people looked at the couple and sighed or laughed. Ayaka, we are gaining attention. Huff, stop it, Izuku said between breaths, glad that the group didn't get their attention. Good. I want them to know what they did to you. Stop or no udon for you. She gasped and said dramatically no. Yes, he said seriously. What, please? Ayaka. I'll get you udon, don't cry. Okay. Thanks, Izu, you're the best. Cute, come, which shop first? What about Jack and Jones? Sure. With that, they left off to shop and had a good day. Time skip to anime night. Ayaka POV. Thanks, Izu, that was the best day ever. No problem, he said, smiling at me. I blush at his smile. He's just so hot and cute at the same time. I think I'll confess today. But before I say anything, he speaks up in the middle of Tokyo Ghoul. Hey Aya, I wanted to ask you something, he said as he gets down on one knee. Yeah, what is it? I said, my heart thumping and having thoughts like, is he gonna confess? I just wanted to say, I accept. I shouted, but then I saw the look on Izu's face which told me I was a bit wrong. What do you accept? Izu said, his face was confused. Shit, I thought he was gonna confess. What should I do? Nothing, just continue, I said while looking embarrassed. Izu sighed and continued, I ate pizza without you. I was shocked to say the least when, with tears forming in my eyes. Look, I'm dashed. Save it, I said while showing him my palm and crying, honestly, I acted like he cheated on me. But it's pizza, so anything fair. On the other hand, I ordered pizza and you can have one for yourself, he said, raising an eyebrow. He knew me too, got him well. All is forgiven, loyal subject, I shouted with glee. I'm gonna confess now, so my face turned red. Izuku? Yes? He said, getting up and sitting on the couch. I took a deep breath and exhaled. He was just stunned, figuring out what I said. After a few minutes of me being a total tomato, he realized and blushed furiously. I like you to dash. I didn't let him finish, I just bridged the gap between us and kissed him. I felt him melt into it and it turned into a full makeout session. Boy, was it great. Time skip to entrance exam. Izuku POV. I am 18 now. Ayaka and me have been dating for almost a year and are happy. I don't know how we didn't ran into the Yagis, Todorokis, or Bakugis yet, but I'm glad we didn't. One day, I was doing vigilante stuff and Uncle Zawa suddenly popped out. It was a scary experience cause he doesn't follow me much. Thanks to my training I escaped and told the experience to Ayaka, who banned me from doing it again. I shouldn't have. I'm telling you, it was for your own good, she said, pouting, puffed out cheeks, walking with me to you. I just make you angry cause you look cute, I said, chuckling, my hands on her waist. She blushed and said, shut up, look, we're here. Yeah, looks like we are, let's go in. Okay, she said as she rushed in. She looked back and shouted while still walking behind, come on, Iza dash. She didn't get to finish because she tripped over something and I was about to send Sand to catch her, but a brunette with a round face and what looked like a permanent blush used her quirk on her. Sorry, but falling on the first day is bad luck. Hope you didn't mind me using my quirk, she said. No problem. Ayaka replied, can you tell me your quirk? What is it? Is it some sort of gravity-related or telekinetic quirk? Aya, shush. Sorry, she really likes quirks, I said as I walked to her. Name is Izuku, what about you? Bachako Yuraraka, she said. I noticed her face went red. Are you okay? Your face is red, I said out of concern. I am okay, really? She said while washing her hand while Ayaka was given glares in the background. Okay, if you say do, let's go, Aya. She hopped to me and hugged my arm while we were walking and I just had this feeling that someone was staring at us, so I looked back but saw no one. What happened? Nothing, let's go, I said. After we registered ourselves, we sat down in the huge room and waited. Hello, little listeners. Can I get a hey? A blonde with boomerang hair said. Ayaka was fangirling beside me, so I got to know that he was present. Mike. Don't know from when she started fangirling about heroes and quirks. Tough crowd. Anyway, welcome to UA exams. Here you will be selected from between the best of the best. You will now give the written exam, he said, full of energy. It's 7 in the morning. I wish I had this energy. Then someone with green suit, green messy hair and slim body came out with a stack of papers floating in front of her. Magnetti! Everyone shouted in unison, except me. Yes. I'm the 5th-ranked hero Magnetti, she said. She floated all of the papers to students and rested them on the desks of the people. Now, little listeners, if you are caught cheating 2 times, then you will be expelled on the spot. We have all of our staff watching, so don't try anything. Now start writing your exams. I noticed that Mike said cheating 2 times. So, I did what every teenager would do. I cheated. First I read the whole paper to see which questions were easy. I wrote 20 of them and looked at the other 30. I also noticed that there were 2 people in the auditorium who were writing while the others were not. I took some sand out of the gourd, poured a drop of blood on it and closed one eye, then had Shikaku connect my nerve of the eye to the sand and spread the sand out. It reformed into an eye at one of the examiners and I copied all the answers. After half an hour, I finished the exam and pretended that I was still writing. Thank God Ayaka was next to me. She gave glances towards me often, and I also revealed the sheet as much as I could. After another hour, she was finished and we have our papers to Mike. I gave my paper to Ayaka cause I didn't want walk. Come on Aizu, let's go, Aya whispered as me and her went to another hall, this time with a huge screen in the front and all the seat without spaces in between. She sat beside me and started scrolling through her phone and showed me pictures of puppies or kittens sometimes. After a while everybody came and Present Mike started explaining about the robots with 1, 2 and 3 points each, but while he was explaining, a certain blue-haired kid with glasses stood up and said, "Excuse me. This pamphlet shows that there are 4 types of robots while you have only explained 3. If this is a mistake by UA, it will bring bad reputation to the school. And you with the tattoo on your forehead, that is not how a respected UA candidate should look like with the tattoo, and the gourd is not a suitable thing. If you are removing my gourd, should I remove the metal things of your leg? No, right? Because it is a part of your quirk, and so is this gourd of mine. As for the tattoo, it's a seal for the demon inside of me. If you can end the demon who can control sand and is the size of UA, then I will gladly remove it," I said, smiling, which creeped everyone out. "I am sorry for misunderstanding, and sorry for interrupting you. Please continue," she said while sitting down. "Geez, try to be less creepy," Ayaka whispered to me when I sat down. "Nah, I like to creep people out, especially you." "Well, the 4th robot is the 0-pointer. IT will be more of an obstacle, so I suggest you avoid it," Present Mike said, interrupting our talk. "Now then, start with the test." No one POV. Izuku was currently in Area B, separated from Ayaka as she was in Area D. He was trying to calm himself down when he started heading in front because he was thinking of surfing the sand of his gourd. "Stop. You should not tamper with other examiners' confidence as a rising hero dash," the blue-haired boy rambled on. Izuku just ignored him and went ahead, but the robot catches up to him and started his lecturing again. "I swear he is more annoying than Ayaka, and that's saying something," Izuku thought as he was gladly paying no attention whatsoever to the kid/robot. "Listen, my quirk allows me to control sand, so I was thinking to surfing. Now if you don't want other examinees such as yourself to drown in it and die, I would like to go ahead and get ready." "Oh, I'm terribly sorry for the assumptions. I like this one, realizing his mistakes already." "It's all right, at least you realized your mistake," Izuku said while giving a proper smile this time. The gates opened and without a second thought, Izuku rushed inside and started to surf on his sand, which was moving in such a way that it wasn't being left behind. Go, go, go! Real battles have no countdowns. Follow the tattooed kid. Present Mike shouted, earning him a chuckle from Izuku and scowl from the rest. After some time, Izuku had a total of 90 points, and yes, I'm making him have actual proper points rather than just giving a number more than 100. Izuku was interfering with the robot's wires by putting sand in the open spots and crushing it from inside, rendering it useless and a distraction for others as it looked like it was fit and fine. He heard some rumbling after doing work with a 3-pointer and looked there to see a giant robot looming over the buildings and crushing them. Izuku POV. I was about to go back cause I didn't want to deal with it, when I heard a shout, "H, help." I looked back and saw Uraraka stuck under rubble. I looked around and saw people glancing back at her but still running away. "And you call yourselves heroes," I mumbled as I went to her, "put my sand below the rubble and lift it. Can you move?" I think my leg is sprained," she said. "Okay," I said. I carried her with my sand and it took her to the entrance. I looked back and saw a giant foot coming towards me. "Fuck." I mumbled. I transported myself behind, exchanging my body with my sand and called it back. I used the sand to go up and put some of it inside the huge bot. "Hasta la vista, baby." Oh my god, I always wanted to say that. I then crushed the wires of the robot and made it useless. Then I jumped down and cushioned my landing with sand, put all of it in my gourd and went back to the entrance. "Oh my god. How did you do that? So manly." "Whoa," were some of the praises I heard. I just ignored all of them until a small granny with a needle sticking out of her bun of hair came to me. "Yo, recovery girl, I'm guessing I have to go to the principal's office?" "Ya sure do, champ," she replied and continued, "Do it fast, I see some of them walking towards you." I saw where she was pointing. not turning my head to see the Todoroki twins with my sister. I ran out to the office with the teachers when Izuku destroyed the bot no one POV. What the hell? Snipe said as he watched Izuku take down the zero-pointer with ease without a scratch. I want him in my class. Aizawa said, wide-eyed, and all the teachers looked at him in shock as he didn't want students very often, and this was rare of Aizawa to ask for more. Izuku Nizu whispered to Aizawa and he nodded in response, indicating that he knew. It's Izuku. It's really him. Inko cried in All Might's arms. Nizu, can we visit him? All Might asked with a concerned face. No, I'm guessing that after all he went through, he won't want to deal with you, Nizu said while controlling Aizawa. I'm going to check on them, so tell me if I should say it to Izuku, Recovery Girl said, standing near the door for an answer. Tell him that his parents want to see him. If he refrains, then we will not push it on him. If not, we will be waiting here, Nizu said, one hand on his chin while thinking something. All right, if you're so sure. Recovery Girl then went to the areas for recovery. Time skipped to when Izuku reaches the teacher's no one POV. Izuku was walking towards the room with his girlfriend, Ayaka. While having shaky breaths, his girlfriend tried to calm him the best she could. He opened the door to see at least 20 pro heroes, including both of his parents. Clam down, Ayaka whispered. Sure, Izuku said. He took a deep breath and started talking. So, why am I here? I think you do know why you are here, Mr. Yadash. Nizu was cut off by Izuku. I'm sorry, sir, to cut you off, Izuku said as Nizu frowned and Aiza continued, but I do not go by that surname anymore, so please call me Izuku. Very well, Nizu said, glancing over to the hero couple who were crying. Now could you explain why the girl is here? She's here because she insisted to and helps me with them. Izuku surely put venom in the last word even though he didn't have that type of quirk, but Nizu, being the world conqueror / smart $s he is, understood. Very well, Nizu, to his dismay, was again cut off, but this time by Aizawa. Where were you? Do you know how worried we have been? 3 fucking years. Aizawa shouted, approaching Izuku then hugging him. Izuku hugged back. Doesn't have touch starvation, may have been the work of the girl. I need to talk to her in private. Nizu thought. And touch starvation is if a person doesn't get hugged or touched in an affectionate way for long, thus giving the names touch starvation. I'm sorry, I couldn't stand to see them, but I really wanted to see you guys, especially you, Uncle, Izuku said, tightening his grip on the hug. I thought that you would be with them, so I didn't want to come or find you or anyone else. Hell, I didn't even leave my home aside from training. That explains the strength, Aizawa said, chuckling with tears in his eyes. Aizawa laughed. Midnight said, shocked that that joke hero couldn't make him laugh, but this boy could. Not even trying. He always had a special bond with brother, Inko said, smiling a bit. Shut up, will you, Mizuyagi? Izuku said, catching everyone in the room off guard except Ayaka, who often heard mistakes, insults, and a lot more about his family and friends. That's no way to speak to her, young man. Toshinori yelled. And why should I do what you say? Izuku said with a raised eyebrow and broke the hug. Because I am your father. About that? Hate to break it to y'all, but you don't have the right to call me your son. Oops, Izuku said as he shrugged. And may I ask why these two are here? Not like they are pro heroes, so did they just come here for me? You don't know? Cementosss asked. Don't know what? Ayaka interrupted. I don't think we should tell about All Might and Magneti to the girl, Aizawa whispered to Nizu. Mississippi. Nizu said, not knowing her name. Oh, Fukusaki Ayaka. Well then, Mississippi Fukusaki, I would like to talk to you in private if you don't mind. Shall we go to the next room? Nizu said politely. Ayaka gave a quick glance to Izuku and said, sure. Lead the way. They then made their way to another room while Izuku was standing there for answers. I'm guessing that she went because it was something important? What is it and why are they here? Just shut up for a second, kid. That's rude to talk to pro heroes like that. Vlad King shouted. I don't give a FPICK about heroes, so just give the answer to me and I'll gladly leave. Izuku shouted in reply. Toshinori, do it, Aizawa said. He replied. Moments later, the small, frail and weak man buffed up and took the form of All Might. Izuku was stunned that his father was the #1 hero. What about her? He said, pointing the finger to Inko. She simply put on a mask and floated a pen to and from her ear. Magneti. Izuku couldn't believe it. Suddenly his expression turned from surprise to anger and he shouted, "Now, I have even more of a reason to hate pro heroes. Don't know what they do if they treat their son like this," he shouted. "Calm down, Izuku. I'm sorry for what you have been through," Aizawa stated. Izuku breathes in and then out. "All right, can I leave now with my girlfriend?" "Oh, girlfriend?" "Yes, you can, and you both passed," Aizawa said, whispering the last part with a wink. Izuku smiled, "Thanks, uncle," and hugged him. He broke the hug after a good minute and was about to leave with Ayaka, who had just arrived by. "And Vlad King, I'm sorry for shouting on you," Izuku said as he bowed. "No need. At least you apologized, and sorry for shouting too," he said with a smile. "No problem. I'll leave you be now," Izuku said, smiling as he left. All the teachers turned to Inko and Tashinori with the exception of Nizu and Aizawa, who left. "How could you do that to this boy?" Midnight shouted in anger. "He was so sweet. He didn't deserve this. I can't believe you. He has every right go not call you his parents," were some of the remarks the teachers made. Ika POV. I woke up beside Izuku, who was only wearing pants. "Oh my god," was all I could think before having a nosebleed. "We haven't done it even though we have been dating for 2 years. I'm just too embarrassed to ask and he doesn't." Anyway, I go out for the mail and as it's a weekend, Saturday, I woke up a bit late but no worries. The mail's not going anywhere. I take it and check to find 2 letters, one for me and for Izu. It had the symbol of Izu, wake up, I said as I ran inside and jump on him. "It's you? Check it." I shaked Izu. You know I don't like to wake up like this," he whined. "I know, but it's just so exciting." He sighed. "All right, you first." I squealed and opened the letter to find Aizawa in there with a look that just ruined my excitement. "Hello, Fukusaki. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, a teacher at you." He took out a parchment and continued, "You passed the exam with a total of 100 points. You got 60 villain points and 40 hero points. Villain points are 4. Just check Izuku's video. I'm too tired for this. You'll be in 1A and get your uniform tomorrow," he said in a very tired voice. "You gotta speak for more 3 minutes, a man popped put of nowhere." Aizawa shouted and activated his quirk for intimidation. I was scared a lot and the video shut. Hey, don't get scared," Izuku rambled. What are you talking about? Why you're crying? I wiped my face to realize that I was crying. "God, you are so emotional," Izu said as he buried my face in his chest. "Whatever, open yours," I said as I broke the hug, jumping up and down. He chuckled and said, "All right," then proceeded to open the letter. We saw Nizu pop out from below and say, "Am I a dog? A bear? A rat? Most importantly, I'm the principal of UA." Earning some chuckles from Izu and giggles from me. "Well, Izuku, you passed for sure and got a total of 140 points. Aizawa probably said for me to explain, so I will. First, 90 villain points, which you get for destroying robots, and the other 60 for doing heroic acts. You will be in 1A and your uniform will come tomorrow, so welcome to you," Nizu said, maintaining his cheerful tone. I squealed out of excitement and we partied till lunch and hanged out for the rest of the day. When we got home and changed into more comfortable clothes, we sat down and started to look through our phones until, "Hey Izu." "Yeah," he said, not looking up from his phone. I pouted and said, "Look here." He looked at me and said, "Yeah? What happened? Can you come in the bedroom for a sec?" Sure." He stood up and walked inside while I followed. I was a blushing mess. "Now, what happened?" I breathed in and out, then pushed him on the bed. Time skipped to next day, Izuku POV. I woke up at nearly 9 a.m. and looked beside me to see my girlfriend. "We really did it, huh?" was all I could think as I still couldn't believe it. Meh. I went to check the mail and saw my PE and classic uniform with Aya's beside mine. I went to the bathroom and took a shower and brushed my teeth while she was still asleep. I made breakfast and went to the Sleeping Beauty. "Wake up, Aya." "I'm up," she said while yawning. "Cute." I made breakfast and get dressed. I already took a shower. Time skip no jutsu. No one POV. Izuku was walking to UA with Ayaka beside him. They were talking about taking in a puppy or a kitten at their house. Izuku wanted a puppy while Ayaka wanted a kitten. After a while, they reached the door of 1A. Big, Ayaka said. I know, right, but it's for intimidation, I guess, Izuku said as he walked inside to meet a very bad sight. He saw Yagi, one Todoroki, one Bakugo, the blue-haired kid, a pink girl, floating clothes, and some other people. Get your feet off the table. It's disrespectful for the upperclassmen and to, a blue-haired boy said. I'll do what I want, okay? Where are you from anyway, you robot? Huh? A certain spiky-haired blonde boy said. I'm Ida Tenya of Semi-Private Academy, he said while chopping his arms. Elite? I'll have fun crushing you. I give up, he said as he turned to the main protagonist. You're the boy with the highest points. I'm Dash. Ida Tenya, I already know, so could you please move, Ida? I would like to go to my seat. Oh, I'm sorry, please continued, he said as he moved. Onii-chan. Onii-chan. Izumi said as she ran to her brother. Please don't approach him, Ayaka said as she used her quirk to push Izumi before she reached Izuku. Gah. Who the hell are yo, Dash? Thanks, babe, Izuku said as he kissed her cheek. No problem, Ayaka said, clearly ignoring Izumi. Are you ignoring me? Izumi said, getting up with the help of her boyfriend. Yes, she is. Now if you don't mind, keep the hell away from me and her and focus on when the teacher gets here, Izuku said, gaining tick marks as his head. Don't act like that in front of your sister. Shoto said. What are you talking about? I don't have any sister. Hell, I don't have relatives except her and some uncles, Izuku said, acting a confused expression, pointing at Ayaka. If you're here for family reunions, then I suggest you leave, a caterpillar with a face of a man said. I'm your homeroom teacher. Call me Aizawa-sensei or just sensei. Now wear your P uniforms and meet me at the ground, Aizawa said in a bored tone while Izumi was crying at her brother's words. Time skipped to the training ground. Now, Izuku, the one who placed first in the entrance exams, come up here and tell your ball throw of high school, Aizawa said. It was 78 meters, I think, Izuku said. Now come here and throw the ball with your quirk. Do anything, just don't step outside the line. All right, Sensei, Izuku said. He made a giant arm out of sand and threw the ball with it. Know your limits and overcome them, Aizawa said as he showed the device stating 998 meters. We get to use our quirks. Fun. A pink-skinned girl with horns said. Fun? Aizawa said with a sheet-eating grin. All right, whoever get last will be expelled immediately with the excuse of no potential. That's not fair. Uraraka said. Neither are people born with a E-ranked quirk, power-hungry villains who don't care if they end or natural disasters. It our duty as future pro-heroes to overcome them, Izuku said while looking at the group. Couldn't have said it better. Now we will start with the tests now, Aizawa said, going to caterpillar mode. Shoka approached Izuku, bowed and said, I wanted to say that I'm sorry for all we did and I hope you can forgive me. Fine, I forgive you. Really? Getting teary-eyed, Shoka said. Yep. Shoka blushed a bit and started to speak then. Can you BM dash? Suddenly Ayaka came and hugged Izuku's arm. Come on, let's go. Aizawa is waiting. She looked at Shoka and got mad. What are you doing here? Babe, calm down. She's here to apologize and she's not a stuck-up brat like the rest. Shoka, you were saying something? And no, it's nothing, she said as she walked back, looking down, and then they proceeded to do the rest. 50-meter dash. Izuku asked to put some sand on the other side, which he was allowed, and got ready with his hands in the pocket beside Bakugo. Katsumi will be called Katsumi while Katsuki is Bakugo, who was angry at the cockiness of Izuku. Go, the robot shouted, and Katsuki started with a big explosion while Izuku just teleported there by exchanging the chakra-infused sand with his body and got the score of 1 second. Ayaka made a tornado with air and sped to the finish line, getting the score of 5 seconds. Grip strength. Izuku decided to do this physical to see his actual raw strength and got the score of 91 kilograms. Izuku got 74 in the anime. Ayaka pushed wind onto the device and got 120 kilograms. I don't remember the rest, so ball throw. Izuku didn't have to do it as he already did and registered it as his best score. Ayaka again made a tornado and threw the ball in it, then stopped the wind, which threw the ball at 790 meters. After the test, Izawa showed the test results. 1. Izuku. 2. Ayaka Fukusaki. 3. Katsuki Bakugu. 4. Izumi Yagi. 22. Koji Koda. Koda was crying a bit cause he would be expelled. The expulsion was a lie, it was to bring out your best. What? Class 1A shouted, excluding a few: Izuku, Momo, Shoto, Katsuki, Katsumi. Wasn't it obvious? I should have said something, I guess. Momo said with a stating the truth face. You think? 1A shouted in reply. It wasn't. Izawa is famous in UA for one thing, and its expulsion. One day, he expelled a whole class cause he didn't see potential in them, Izuku stated while Izawa walked away. Whoa, this time all of the class said, I know, right? Now let's go to class before he actually expels us. Izuku then walked away. After school, Katsumi walked up to Izuku. Izuku looked back and said, what? Katsumi took some breaths as it was hard for her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I did what I did 3 years ago. Izuku was genuinely impressed that Katsumi apologized cause it was not like her at all. All is forgiven. She smirked and continued, go on a date with me. He's taken, Ayaka said, and before Katsumi told anything, she continued, by me. We can share? Katsumi suggested. No thanks, she's enough, Izuku pointed. Katsuki was visibly angry and sad at the same time and went away. Fine. She yelled while walking away. That was something. Izuku cut off Ayaka and she giggled. Let's go, I have a treat for your good performance. She winked and ran home. After 3 days at UA, Izuku POV. I woke up as usual, shower, uniform, breakfast, and Aya did the same, nothing worth mentioning till last period at UA, which was heroics class. Hey Izu, what do you think it'll be? Aya asked me curiously. I don't know, to be honest, but considering as All Might is teaching here, he might take this class, I said while trying to strangle a certain grape as he was about to grope my Aya. Oh, too bad you hate him, she pouted. Yeah. Are you feeling all right? Yeah, why? You're less annoying than usual, I said while smirking. She poured and inflated her cheeks, then looked away mean. You're sleeping on the couch today. Shit, it was no joke. I hated sleeping on the couch. I bowed at least 100 times and said sorry around 1,000 times. Finally, I used my masterpiece, I'll take you to pizza. Her eyes sparkled and she said, it's okay, but don't forget about the pizza. I sighed in relief. Thank God. I looked at the grape with a sadistic grin while he was crying and possibly sheeting his pants. Now I wouldn't allow for my sand to get dirty of him, will I? You're safe now, but if you ever try to do anything to even a girl of the whole school, I will hunt you down and make your worst nightmare come true, then make you suffocate so you die a painful death. Got it? I said with venom and danger in my voice. He was about to tee himself, so I let him go and he basically ran to the bathroom. I am here. Like a normal person, shouted All Might, who was definitely not here like a normal person. Hello, hatchlings. Today will be Heroics 101. We will be doing this exercise outside, but a hero also needs to look good, so here are your suits. He pressed a button and some suitcases came out with numbers, and everyone took a suitcase with their seat number and went to the changing rooms. There, while we were changing, I heard something which made my blood boil. Hey Kaminari, come and see this. It's a poster with a hole to the girls' changing rooms. It's a blessing from the upper class and let's peek, said a certain midget grape, and an excited Pikachu just decided to join the fun. I slapped both of them with sand which was hardened, and they turned around in rage but pissed their pants when they saw me. Imagine less sand. You have something to say? I said in an almost demonic voice. And no, Kaminari squeaked. Good, will you peek? And no, Kaminari said again. Good, this is your last warning, Kaminari Denki. Then I turned to the hole and punched it, making a crater. Then with the cement particles and a bit of my sand, I packed the hole, not wanting to waste my chakra sand. I took the sand out, then I turned to my Netta with a sadistic grin. You come with me after school, I said. Look ma dash, my Netta tried to talk but was cut off. I'm just too angry. Do you understand or not? Yes, you understand. Minetta shouted. Good, I said, and went to the ground where All Might was waiting. I was the first, so we did something everyone would do, ignored each other, at least I did. Him on the other hand was trying to make a conversation which I ended with one word, then Izumi came out. Hi, Anasan, how are you? She said nervously. I didn't answer and looked around instead. Then she continued anxiously, are you okay, Ni-san? If you're talking to me then, hate to break it to ya but I'm not your brother Yagi. She was on the verge of tears when all the girls came followed by the boys. We were complimenting each other until I realized something. Hey, Ayaka's not here, where is she? Here. Aya said as she came running in her costume. Why look good, Aya? Thanks. You look good as well, she replied while blushing. I can do that cause why not? I know, I said. Now let's go to training. You all will be split in groups of 2 and he paired, fight each other, then All Might proceeded to tell the whole situation to which I definitely paid attention to all of it. After a minute, we drew lots and I got paired up with Uraraka while Ayaka got Mineta. As soon as I heard his name I stared at him from the corner of my eye and he looked at me. We just had a whole conversation through our eyes with me talking the most. I was paired with Uraraka and the villains were Ida and Katsuki. Badu, great, just great. Could this fight get any worse? I thought to myself, but it would get worse. Uraraka, Katsuki will come for me, so you run away and look for the bomb while I go and finish Bakugo off. Try and get Ida distracted while I touch the bomb, and if I am out then go for it, alright? Okay, Deku. I glared at her and she gulped. Then I said with a monotone yet intimidating voice, don't call me Deku. Okay, sorry. Uraraka trembled as she said, and I realized that I scolded her. I'm sorry, but I don't really like that name. Hee, no need to apologize. I heard Bakugo say it and thought it sounded like Dikairu. You can do it. Nice meaning, but sorry, I still don't like that name. Oh, Uraraka sweat dropped. Then we heard the bell indicating that the test started. We ran inside and searched the lowest floor but didn't find a trace of anything. Then we proceeded to the second floor where I had a bad hunch about something. Uraraka, go to the third floor. I have a trick up my sleeve. Go on and I'll catch up to you. Okay. I'll send you on the comms if I find anything, okay? Sure. Then I watched Uraraka go to the third floor. I sent a maid of sand to scout the area and surely enough, I found Bakugo. Come out, Bakugo. I know you're there, I shouted. Damn need, I'll make you now before me. And that HE of yours? Katsuki shouted in rage. In the observation room, no one POV. Hey Ayaka, you're not angry, he just called you that? Jiro said, amused that Ayaka had a straight face with him shouting. I don't really care. Aizu will probably end him, Ayaka said, as there wasn't a worry in the world with Bakugo being dead. The people in the viewing station teased up as they saw what actually happened. Small time skip to when Vanity calls Ayaka. Bakugo POV, didn't expect that, did you? Of yours? I shouted in rage, how dare that nerd look down on me? I was furious, but then I saw the look on Deku's face. What's the matter, Deku, scared? I said in a reading manner cause. I did not like the look. I rushed over to him and blew up his face. That damn nerd can't even defend himself. I couldn't see because of the smoke, but I was sure that he got injured, bad. I started smirking, but when the smoke cleared, I was shocked. Well, that was unexpected. How wa dash? Why happened to you, Deku? Everybody changes Kaken, he said with venom and pity. I'm his voice. Don't look down on me. Don't you dare do that. Don't worry, I won't. My neck will hurt because it will be like seeing an ant from a tower, he said, and it pissed me off. You. I rushed out to him and went for a right hook. He didn't even move and I was on the ground in a blink of an eye. He looked down on me and said, look, Katsuki, I'm looking down on you. Also, don't let feelings carry you. I was irate and tried to move, but I wasn't able to. I looked around and saw sand forming around me. He put white tape around me, which I recognized as capture tape, and at that moment, All Might shouted, young Bakugo is captured. He is out of the game. He walked back and went to the top while the sand was going back to him and a gourd thing was slowly forming on his back. Izuku POV. I went up and saw Uraraka trying to contain her laughter. What's up? I said with a concerning voice and raised an eyebrow. She just pointed to the door that was slightly open and the peeked. I saw Ida chopping his hands and being a rip-off to actual villains. I just sent some sand behind the bomb and exchanged it for my body, then touched the bombed. Heroes win. Now come back to the observation room, I heard Ass might say. W dash. How did you do that? Ida asked, shocked AF. Technique, I shrugged and started to leave, but Bakugo came and smirked. You know how my quirk works, Deku? It blasts my sweat and these gauntlets store it, he said with a grin. WF is he going to do, eh? And oh, I thought, and the only thing I did was put my sand around Ida and Uraraka and hardened it. Young Bakugo, stop now. Asmite said. Nah. Bakugo said, he pulled a pin and I made a thin wall in front of me because I had only a little bit of sand left. The blast came and blew the sand wall and I crashed into the hardened sphere made around Ida and Uraraka and fell unconscious. No one POV. Ayaka and All Might rushed out and went to restrain Bakugo and check Izuku, Ida and Uraraka for any major injuries. Ayaka took Izuku to Recovery Girl and All Might took care of Bakugo, Uraraka and Ida. Izuku POV. I woke up with my head hurting and I felt something on my arm. I looked beside me to see my girlfriend sleeping, hugging my arm and using it as a pillow. I looked at the watch and saw it was morning around 5 a.m. Hey Aya. She shot up and started to cry, then hugged me. Baka baka baka. Couldn't you have made a wall in front of Bakugo himself? I didn't think of that, sorry, I said and realized that she was smarter than she let people on. It's fine, she said, and I wiped her tears with my thumbs. Recovery Girl came in and started. It looks like you had minor burns, but I couldn't feel the heat. Care to explain? I removed my sand armor and they saw to see my totally fine. Couldn't you do that before? And why did they look like actually burns? Ugh, Shikaku, couldn't you have done something? Nope, you were unconscious so I couldn't do anything. All right, fine, I thought and said, I made it to do that so that people or opponents would be caught off guard. She, Recovery Girl, sighed and told me to go to the class since it was the last lecture. I grew a smile and thought of my Netta. Recovery Girl just looked concerned and asked me a question to which I didn't know how to respond to. Are you Nizu's private student or something? No, why do you ask? No reason now, shoot. All right, fine, I said as I walked away from them and headed to my class. We did the end routine and we left. My Netta tried to escape me by going before. Cured, tried. I had Ayaka to go onto our house before me and took my Netta to a building which was at decent height. I made him fall while he pissed his pants and caught him before he went splat. I reached home and it went kinda normal for the rest of the day and the next till lunch. I was walking with Aya and we were talking about another date we planned after school was over. She was really excited cause it was our anniversary. We took our dishes and sat down on our tables. Hey Oniai-chan, Izumi said, who came up to us. We just ignored her but she kept calling me her Oniai-cha again and again. I got fed up and said, for the last time, Yagi, I'm not your brother. She just got teared up and went away slowly. Aya sighed and put a hand on my shoulder and pecked my cheek saying it's all right. We just continued eating but the Yagis including All Might and Magneti came with Katsuki and Shoto. We need to talk, Shoto said. I made a sand clone talk to him. He's a great listener. With the real you, son, about your past, Magneti said. With all due respect, Magneti, I don't have a mother. I'm an orphan and moved in with her, so please refrain from calling me your son, I said with a cold tone. I wasn't really liking that all of them came. Just listen and come need. We need to talk in private without your girl. That's gonna be a problem for all of you. If I lose control then Aya is the only person who can calm me down, so shoot. Please, for just half an hour, Oniai-chan, Izumi said. I slammed down my table in anger and said, don't call me your brother and only for 15 minutes, understand? Follow me in kind of a dark manner cause I was pissed that they want to talk about me. I shot up and went to 1A, which was luckily empty. After they settled, I started the timer and they looked shocked. I think they didn't expect that I was serious about the 15 minutes, times ticking people. They snapped out of the trance and Izumi started, I'm sorry Oniai-chan, I bullied you and... This happened, I only wanted you to be safe, as tears fell down her cheeks. By hurting me? By beating me to a pulp every day? By suicide baiting me? I said the last part while looking at Bakugo. The adult Yagis were shocked but not as much as Shoto. He shouted, you told him to die, Bakugo. He is our friend. We only did it to make him stop being a hero. Correction, I was your friend, not anymore, I said. He hesitated but accepted it. Look, I'm sorry, I don't know when you will forgive me, but I accept that you won't anytime soon, Shoto said, and Izumi agreed while they both bowed. I was enraged that they wanted to be forgived. I tried to end up myself before Ayaka saved me, and you want to be forgived? Hell no. I guess they were shocked at the fact, and the day Izumi threw me out of the house was the same day I tried to end myself, and the day after, I moved out, or escaped from the hellhole. Now I said as I got up by, time's up, and right on cue, my alarm rang. I left the room with sand turning and forming things around me. Ayaka came up and noticed this. My sand moving was one of the signs that I was furious, and Ayaka had caught up on that over the years. She came up to me and said, "Rough meeting? Super, I don't want to talk about this. You can just guess what they were up to, so can we not?" "Sure," she said as she pecked my lips. "Oh, and did you really forgive Shoka and Katsumi?" "Nope, just wanted to mess with them," though I was impressed that Katsumi had the gut to ask for forgiveness. Sure giggled the cutest giggle ever and said, "You're very cruel when you want to be, you know." "I know," I gave her a sheet-eating grin like. Saw the thing blocking my punch. I jumped back and transformed some more. I ran up to the thing again and gave it a barrage of punches and kicks with my sand covering me, but it did nothing. It went got a lunge which I blocked with my arm. My arm split into two, which shocked everyone. Gotta try harder than that. The thing then shot to me after the hand villain said, "Use your full power, Nomu." I couldn't see the Nomu at all. My sand was barely enough to shield me. The mini got in some hits, and after a full-blown punch, I was sent flying into the stairs. No one POV. Izuku got up after being slammed into the stairs and got up yet again. The hand villain said to the mist, "Where is All Might? And why is this brat not dying, Kurogyri?" The now-named Kurogyri said, "I don't know, young Master Shigaraki. It appears that this boy has a strong quirk." Izuku ran up to the Nomu, but this time, vanished and W as a pile of sand. All of them looked confused until they heard a giant roar. They snapped their necks to that direction and saw a huge beast. "Ignore the forest, and Shikaku is as big as the fire dome, not this big." Shikaku roared again and said, "The kid finally let me out. And I'm not gonna waste my time here," as he smashed his tail into the Nomu, but the Nomu dodged and went to punch Shikaku. He landed a blow, but it didn't affect Shikaku. Shikaku made the sand cover Nomu, but he got out. Shikaku smashed his tail again while the Nomu was distracted and removed to see a Nomu-shaped hole in the ground. The Nomu regenerated and went for a punch again. Shikaku chomped on the Nomu and removed his arms and legs. He spit it out, but the Nomu regenerated again. Shigaraki shouted, "Stop playing and finish it." The Nomu ran to Shikaku's leg and gave a punch barrage. Shikaku said, "Stop it, it hurts," and stomped his leg on the Nomu. He regenerated again and went to the tail. He gripped it and Shikaku swinged it almost everywhere, but the Nomu wouldn't let go. He smashed his tail in the fire some and tried to burn the Nomu, but it didn't have effect. The Nomu screeched and bit Shikaku's tail. Shikaku shouted and took his tail in front of himself and readied a Biju bomb. After it was made, the Nomu was still clinging on Shikaku and bit him around the place he was gripping. Shikaku shot the Biju bomb in the storm zone and somehow threw the Nomu in it. The zone got destroyed and they waited for a bit. The Nomu didn't come out, so Shikaku roared and looked at the villains. Kurogyri tried to teleport Shikaku, but he was simply too large. He successfully trapped Shikaku's leg and tried to close it, but Shikaku just converted it to sand and took it out. Everybody was amazed at Shikaku but also terrified. Shikaku looked around and noticed that the heroes had already defeated all the villains when he himself was fighting with the Nomu. Shigaraki and Kurogyri had fled while the other remaining villains cursed them. Shikaku roared yet again before de-transforming into Izuku again. Is it safe for us to carry him?" Vlad King asked, scared that Shikaku would get out again. "Of course it is. If you're not gonna do anything, then I will." Ayaka shouted at the hero's stupidity. All Might said, "Don't Fukusaki, I will carry him." "Cementosss, could you get Aizawa?" Cementosss nodded and All Might went to Izuku to get him up and see if he was okay. "He is all right, just passed out due to exhaustion," Recovery Girl said after checking Izuku. Aizawa, who had major injuries like 2 fractured arms and a cracked skull, was relieved and didn't care about himself. "Just give him a day or two to recover," Recovery Girl added. They nodded and left the problem child to rest. Thumbskip. Aika POV. After USJ, Aizu was taken to Recovery Girl by All Might. I and the rest of the class were taken for questioning, but some were left because of the trauma, like Kyoka and Momo, who almost got raped if not for Denki, who shocked the villain. After going back to my house, I was feeling a bit lonely because I had grown used to Izuku shouting or asking questions or trying to cook while failing miserably. I chuckled at the memories and went to change and sleep. Time skip in class. Aizawa came in while looking like a mummy. "You here?" The class shouted. "Yes. Can you see me?" "If yes, then I'm here," with an obvious plain look even if his gaze was covered in bandages. "No offense, sensei, but shouldn't you rest more?" I said, conceited for my teacher. "I don't have time for that. Anyway, we have established dorms, so you will have 2 weeks of holidays to settle in, and USJ is also a factor in it. We already asked whoever had parents, so you don't have to do anything other than get your stiff in. Your room number will be written in and you will have roommates too. The rooms are noise-proof. Even Jiro's heartbeat attack won't leave the room, so school dismissed," and with that, he left. The class shouted, "What?" Aizawa looked while activating his quirk. Somehow it still looked dangerous. "You didn't hear?" The class frantically waved their hands while nervously shouting, "W did." And then Aizawa left. I left the class and went to Recovery Girl. Aizu was on the bed and Recovery Girl said, "You can take him home if you want." I looked surprised. "Really?" She nodded and I somehow took him home and laid him on the bed. I looked at his scars one last time and went to the living room to watch One Piece. Izuku POV. I wake up in a room. It was dizzy so I couldn't see. When my eyes adjusted to the room, I could see that I was in my room. How did I end up in my room? "Oh, I am," I shout at the top of my lungs. Aya came in running and hugged me instantly. I was so worried. "You should be more careful." I just spent the next 5 minutes showing her my wounds and assuring her that I'm fine. She then asked me, "So, what do you need?" I realized that I forgot the important part and asked her, "What happened at Yuze after I slept?" "Well, let's see. Me and the class were taken for questioning. We have got dorms and we have a 2-week holiday, that's it." "Oh, okay, what about the villains?" "Nothing." "Oh. I'm going to trains," I said as I got up and was about to reach the doorway but was slammed on the bed from an air force that I figured was Ayaka. I yelled from the pain and Aya raised one eyebrow. "Aren't you string enough to train? So why did you fall on your ass and yell?" "You will stay here for the rest of the week and start packing this room. Do you understand?" "Why yes, ma'am." I said, "When did Aya become this scary?" I started packing the room as Aya said and she came back with boxes. She just gave me a blank stare and left. I labeled the boxes and started putting things in it. I obviously left out my vigilante costume except my gourd, which saddened me. I gave it to Aya to burn it and she did. After some while, I decided to rest and Ayaka came in with my diner. I shouted in joy, to which Aya giggled and set it on my table. I noticed there was only one plate. "What about you?" "I'm not hungry," with a reassuring smile. "You want to eat udon, don't you?" She sweat dropped and gave a nervous laugh. "Pues." I sighed and called a restaurant and ordered udon. Aya looked very happy, to which I smiled. The udon arrived and we ate our diners. Time skip 1 week. Izuku POV. Today was the day that Ayaka was planning to start moving into dorms. Nobody from our class had started, so we thought it would be best to start doing it. Once we reached the dorms with half of our stuff, the other half was still at our house. I entered and dropped the box, which were being carried by my me, Ayaka's Wind and Aya herself. We looked around because Sensei had not given us anything on where we were living. We checked the notice board and found 2 notices. "Me and you are in 206, Aya said. "Wait, if we are getting female roommates, then what about my Neta?" She looked and sighed in relief. "Denki, I also got relieved that I wouldn't have to put my sand around my Neta's roommate, so he doesn't do anything to a female dorm mate." "What about the next notice?" I asked. She looked again and gave a neep. "There's the sports festival right after our holiday." I dropped the boxes on my toe in surprise and it hurt. I texted everyone immediately about the sports festival. "Pika, guys." "Alien, what?" "Pika, I can't find my phone." "Uravity." "Isithot." "Boonbio I, Foot King Pikachu, what are you texting with?" "Pika." "Oh. Can't seem, dumb as hell." "Sand Monster." "Oh I." Shut up. There's a sports festival right after the holiday. Aizawa didn't tell us. Pika, rolling on the floor laughing face with tears of joy sand monster. Froppy, that's beside the point Karo, we have a sports festival and Aizawa didn't tell us about this. Sonic, that's not a proper way to address your teachers. It must be Aizawa-sensei or sensei raised hand waving hand raised hand. It's windy. They both. Just Karo D in hand chopped. In text. Mom, so are we gonna just ignore what Izuku said? And can you give us your surname? It's weird saying Izuku again and again. Sand monster, Fukasaki? Isithought. It's windy, confounded face flushed face. Sonic, we must prepare for the sports festival. Aizawa-sensei must have had some reason for doing that. Boombyoy, yeah. Just making us a fool of ourselves. Oid you, is there something else? Sandmonster, Ida is right, Aizawa-sensei must have some reason for doing that. Boombyoy, are you ignoring me Foot King Deku? I have a boyfriend, Oni-chan, is there something else written on the notice? I have a girlfriend. Don't bother Izumi, he will not reply to us. Rockhard, I'll ask then. Hey Izubro, is there something else written on the notice? Sandmonster, no, I don't think so. It's windy, not about the sports festival. We do have dorm mates, some have female and male dorm mates, I have Izu. Grapes forever, what about me? Pika, and me. It's windy, you are dorm mates with each other. Grapes forever. Pika. I don't want to be with him. Headphones, you're no better than him so shut it. Sandmonster, Imago, gotta unpack the things bye. I have a boyfriend. Okay bye. Girl, yeah bye nerd. Pika, Katsumi? Why didn't you talk? Girl, I had better things to do than talk to a Shitty Pikachu ripoff. That's not really, I just forgot she existed. Revelry in the dark. Too many arms. Ouch indeed. But I got the boxes to our room and started unpacking. Aya was cleaning but I had better ways so we exchanged tasks. I spread my sand into the room and Aya shoited, you're supposed to be cleaning. Dirty. Relax, I said calmly and then summoned all of the sand to me. I hardened the dirt sphere and took it outside. I de-hardened it and took my chakra sand out of the dirt. I was done so Aya told me to clean the full dorm, which I also did in 10 seconds. Aya was frustrated and told me to start unpacking. I made some clones and then Aya snapped, get your $dollar here and work a bit. I hurriedly got up and started unpacking. Sheesh, what's gotten into her? I thought to myself. I took out my AirPods and started a random song. After doing everything, we rested on the bed and slept while cuddling. After waking up, I went to the school training grounds with my student ID and started training with my sand. I thought about it for a bit and thought that I would probably get more guidance and time if I went to my Mindscape, and I did just that to train while Aya was training on her own. Sports festival. No one POV. All of the UA students were standing, waiting for the announcement for them to arrive and show themselves. Izuku was currently ignoring Izumi, who was trying to talk to him. For the 100th time, Ayaka came up to him and said, "Hey Izu," and Izuku quickly shut his phone and looked up, "Yes Aya?" To which Izumi was dumbfounded, sad and angry that some extra took her Oni-chan away from her. Music starts playing. What did you learn more while in the Mindscape? Ayaka asked curiously. Izuku just smirked, knowledge is power, so wait for it, and Aya pouted and left. Everybody, please welcome the Hero Course students. Midnight's shout came. Class 1A, the class which is famous for keeping the disaster at bay when the villains attacked. And on cue, Class 1A went out to be met with roars and cheers. After the rest of the classes came, Midnight said, "Now, please can we have the representative of the first years tell a speech? Izuku, please come up here." Izuku just sighed and went up. "I'm gonna be frank, I'm not good TV, so all I have to say is good luck with this competition and I hope you can make me give it my all," and left. The crowd laughed at the first part but the students got angry at the second. Are you looking down on us? The Class 1A is arrogant as always. When did Izuku become like this? Don't look down on us. Give it your all from the start. were some comments from the students, but Izuku ignored them all. All right, let's start with the competition. Midnight yelled to shut up the students, which they did. She spun a wheel and it stopped on obstacle race. You will run around the whole stadium filled with 3 obstacles. You cannot end the students or injure them severely, now line up. She shouted, and with that, the students lined up behind the huge gate. The gate opened and Midnight shouted, "Ho," and the students ran. They were stuck in the gate, but Izuku just flew with sand while Ayaka rode the wind. Shoto, to stop them, sent an ice pillar which was stopped by both of them with a slam from their elements. Shoka froze every student on land and ran out. Shoto melted the ice and a few 1A students escaped. Izuku looked back and saw Katsumi and Katsuki fighting each other, and it looked like Katsuki was winning. He diverted his focus to the giant hand that came crashing down on him and Ayaka. He dodged quickly, though Ayaka was slow, and saw the 0-pointers from the entrance exam. He tried to fly past them quickly, but he would get blocked every time. Ayaka was fast enough to dodge and made it to the second obstacle. He saw all the robots freeze and quickly went through them before they fell down and sent some sand molecules, enough to match his weight, to fly faster than him, and slowly but surely made his platform smaller so that more sand would reach ahead. After a while, Izuku teleported and saw he was in par with Ayaka, who didn't look surprised. "Of course you would do that," she shouted, and Izuku replied with, "This too," which caught Ayaka off guard, and she saw that her feet were covered in sand which was not yet hardened. She looked up to Izuku with a pale face and saw he formed a smirk. "Sand hardened," he shouted, and Ayaka fell down. He looked behind and saw that Ayaka was struggling with the sand, Shoto and Shoka battling each other with their quirks, and Katsuki flying past them while Katsumi shouted. He did the same trick of sending the sand faster than himself to the finish line this time, and saw that Katsuki had passed him and was about to reach the finish line. He quickly teleported himself and heard Mike say, "Izuku." Just Izuku is first with Katsuki Bakugo in the second. And here comes Ayaka Fukusaki in the third with Shoto Todoroki fourth. The students came in one after another, and eventually, the students were eliminated for coming at the end, and only 32 were accepted. It was time for the next battle, and it is? Midnight yelled as she spun the wheel once again, "Cavalry battle." And Izuku got thinking on the spot, Aya will be dangerous, so I should get her on my team. Uraraka can keep us floating so to avoid any other teams, and my sand can keep us in one place. Lastly, I need someone for nothing really. I can do the defense, Ayaka on the offense, and Uraraka for support. He looked around and saw that others were glaring daggers into him. He turned and gave a glare back, which worked wonders as some were missing their pants. He saw the point systems and realized that they were headbands, so he needed precision. He went to Aya but was surrounded by 1A. "Take us in your team." "Yeah. Take me." "And oh, take me." Izuku got fed up and made the sand push the students away. He went to Uraraka and dragged her to Ayaka. "Teammates?" And they both nodded. Izuku went to Ida, but he said, "Sorry Izuku, I want to battle you and not be your support. I hope you understand." Izuku nodded and thought, I really need to find a surname. It's weird, everyone says Izuku all the time. He was searching for people when he found Tokoyami was alone. He approached him and said, "Tokoyami, wanna join?" He looked behind and shrugged. "We stood there and planned Uraraka will stay on top, Tokoyami in the front, and I don't care if I go in the right or left. Seem good?" Izuku asked, and everybody nodded. Izuku was in the left and Ayaka in the right when the competition started. "Start!" Midnight shouted, and the students ran into Izuku's team. Ayaka pushed all the people on the right, front and back, not being able to reach the left, and Izuku formed some clones who took their headbands after knocking them out. They were doing just fine when they noticed the steady closeness of the Todoroki team, consisting of Momo, Ida, and the Todoroki twins. Ayaka was trying to push them, but Shoka froze them in place while Shoto melted it after the wind. They were just about to send another attack to the Todoroki team when Bakugo came out of nowhere trying to snatch Uraraka's band, but she was lucky to duck, and when Bakugo was on top of her, she quickly touched his stomach and he was pulled back from Siro, who whined after Katsumi went to him. Because of Uraraka's fast and lucky reaction, Izuku was ready for attacks coming in from the Bakugo team. He made a wall in front of her and she was pulled back yet again by Siro, who was trying to scold them. Keyword, trying. Izuku focused ahead and made a giant head with arms beside him. He made the clone go to the Todoroki team who were shocked, but Shoka tried to freeze him when the clone crushed the incoming ice. He pulled his hand back and was about to crush the team while Tokoyami stole their hands when time was called. Everybody did great. Here are the results. Shouted Midnight, whose voice was getting a bit cracky from all the shouting. 1. Team Uraraka, Izuku, Fukusaki, Tokoyami. 2. Team Todoroki, Todoroki, Ida, Yaoyorozu. 3. Team Shinso, Denki, Ojiro, Shiosaki. 4. Team Bakugo, Shiro, Mina, Bakugo. Take a break, you and I need it. Midnight went sore after a bit, everybody saw it coming. Izuku POV. After I finished eating, I was about to leave when Aizawa-sensei called for me. I went to him and said, "Can I help you, sensei?" As we were still in public, he replied, "It's done, follow me," as he walked away. I widened my eyes. It's done. Woohoo! Yeah. I followed him enthusiastically, which he noticed and gave a small smile. He said, "We had some trouble because the Yagis are really good at keeping secrets, but we finally did it and need your sign. I honestly don't care if they don't agree because we, or more precisely Tsukachi and Nizu, can throw the book at them and it will be done," as he turned around to me and smiled. Time revert. Izuku POV. I was standing at desk of our homeroom teacher, Aya beside me, after school ended. Uncle was standing behind his desk and gave a curious look. What happened? I want to get out of their custody so that I can legally change my name. I know it will take some time. I was cut off by Uncle hugging me. He said, "I knew this was gonna happen someday. If you want I can adopt you? But you'll still stay at her house and I'll visit sometimes." Both me and Aya widened our eyes and I immediately agreed. He was very happy and called a detective he knew. We did our questioning and I showed him my scars. Uncle was also present and they both were furious since they knew All Might from so long. Uncle, after partying for a bit because of the case, said, "You should go home, we have the USJ tomorrow," and we agreed and left with our final goodbyes. Current time. Uncle had told me to go to the waiting room and if I won the festival, they would do it today. If I didn't, then they will try to make the Yagis agree first, which would almost take a week, and I didn't want that, so. After I sat down in the waiting room, Izumi and gang tried to sit beside me, but I scooted away. They scooted to me and I went away again. We did this a couple of times and their reactions were getting better and better. The Bakugo twins looked like they had enough. Izumi and Shoka were trying to hold their tears back and Shoto was just fed up. "Just sit in one place, you damn nerd." Katsumi shouted. I ignored her and looked at Aya, who came to my rescue. She sat beside me and hugged my arm. Katsumi and Shoka made a jealous look. Wonder why? Okay, thank God I got a mic so now I don't have to shout. Here are the battles. Midnight stated. Izuku vs Shinso. Shiro vs Shoto Todoroki. Shoka Todoroki vs Ida. Fukusaki vs Bakugo Katsumi. Shiosaki vs Ojiro. Kaminari vs Mina. Bakugo Katsuki vs Uraraka. Tokoyami vs Yaoyorozu. Now, let's start with the first match, Shinso vs Izuku. Midnight yelled. I and Shinso went down and got in our stances and started when they gave the signal. He asked, "So good to be blessed with a strong quirk, right? Must have been the pride and joy of your parents, never bullied even a bit," while dodging. I was furious that he made such assumptions. I was fed up and said, "Sand tsunami." While he got scared and the sand covered him, the sand got DLWN enough to see Shinso laying in the sand. I approached him and said, "I was neglected by my parents, bullied till I was unconscious just because I had an E-ranked quirk. You have no idea what you're talking about, boy," in Shikaku's voice. He was shocked and said, "Tubby dash. How? That's so strong." I said, "I trained and you should probably look at the person before making assumptions. You are meant in the hero course, but I must also win this festival so that I'll get out of my parents' grips." While offering a hand, he took it, smiled and said, "I hope we can be friends." I hope so too, Shinso. Now, let's get on with the other festivals? Midnight asked. We nodded and went our ways. Shiro vs Shoto was short. Shoto won by engulfing half the arena in ice. Shoka vs Ida. Ida ran up to Shoka okay, but she covered the whole area in ice. Ida, out of momentum, slipped out of the arena. Fukusaki versus Katsumi. Katsumi smirked, and because I had put sand close to the area, I heard her say, "I will take you from him and prove I'm much better than you." 3.14 trillion Somaliland shillings. I just scowled at that and they started. Aya made a huge wind current hut Katsumi as she was in the air. This however didn't stop her and she yelled howitzer. Impact. I looked at Bakugo and he was furious, probably thinking, damn Katsumi, we were going to keep that move a secret till that nerd fought us. What the F 3.14 CK are you doing? I looked back and she had made a spiraling tornado. Ayaka just smirked and made a tornado of her own. Its current was the opposite of Katsumi's. She sent the tornado between Katsumi's and they both blasted from impact. The smoke cleared rather quickly and I noticed Aya had made a tornado around herself as a shield. Damn, that girl really likes tornadoes. I though as she came up to me and gave a peck on my cheek. Shiosaki versus Ojiro. Shiosaki's hair went in the ground and to Ojiro, he slammed his tail on the ground and jumped up to avoid the vines. He used them and slides across them to reach Shiosaki. I could see scratches on Ojiro's tail due to the surfing which he ignored. He reached Shiosaki and spun around hoping for a tail smash. Shiosaki avoided with her vines and trapped Ojiro in vines. Denki versus Mina. Denki discharged 500,000 volts in which Mina was caught. Denki won. Katsuki versus Uraraka. Same. Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu. Same. And with that, the first round is finished. Midnight shouted. Small time skip. Midnight said, now, the first round has finished and the second round's matches are dash. Izuku versus Shoto Todoroki. Fukusaki versus Shoka Todoroki. Shiosaki versus Kaminari. Tokoyami versus Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku versus Shoto. Izuku was standing in the ring with his hands in the pocket and looking at Shoto who looked annoyed. Midnight said, ready? Go! And Shoto stomped on the ground and a wall of ice sped to Izuku. Izuku, who was still standing, didn't move and the sand destroyed the ice for him. The sand then formed itself in a fist and the fist walked on its leg towards Shoto. The fist would destroy any ice incoming and Izuku had some sand left in case Shoto bended his attacks a bit so that they could reach him. The fist reached Shoto and was about to pick him up when Shoto backed up and went more ice. This time the fist got covered in ice. Shoto smirked and walked beside the fist. He saw Izuku had a monotone face as though not affected by what happened. Shoto sent more ice again which was destroyed by Izuku's extra sand. The ice which was keeping the fist in, shattered, and they saw the sand moving in a circle. It looked like each sand molecules was moving in a different way but they were all going round and were inside the huge sphere. The sphere then went up and they saw Izuku had raised his hand. Izuku slammed his hand on the ground and the sphere started to go down. Shoto, who was attacking with ice but Izuku's extra sand was covering him, looked up in shock and started attacking with fire. He knew fire doesn't affect sand so he didn't see any big advantage in using it. Shoto blasted the fire up with ice while clapping up. The huge sphere didn't stop and slammed itself on Shoto. The sphere deformed and Shoto emerged. He looked like he would pass out any second so the fight was given to Izuku. Shoka versus Ayaka. Shoka came up to the ring and Ayaka did too. After the signal, they both started and Shoka shot fire. Ayaka made a huge gust of wind and made the fire go to Shoka who protected herself with a small ice wall. Shoka shot 10 icicles from her hand which were blunt but enough to pack a decent amount of damage. Ayaka made the wind carry the 10 icicles and she spun them around herself. 5 of them were gone for protecting her when Shoka shot an ice wall. The icicles went up and then went above the head of Shoka and started to fall down. Shoka looked up and went a wave of fire which melted the icicles but Ayaka used this as a distraction and sent Shoka out of the ring with the wind. Shiosaki versus Kaminari, same. Tokoyami versus Bakugo, same. Well folks, the semifinals are finally here. It's Fukusaki against Izuku and Bakugo against Shiosaki. Izuku came down once again. He saw his girlfriend also come down. He whispered, "I'll not hold back." And she replied, "Don't expect me to which Izuku just chuckled and Midnight yelled, "Start." Izuku raised his hand and the sand rushed ahead, sticking to the ground. He had some sand hold his legs so he doesn't fall down. Ayaka also raised both of her hands and the air shot towards Izuku. She couldn't do anything to the sand which annoyed her, but she could at least make sure Izuku goes out of the rings. She thought, as she hadn't noticed the reinforcement Izuku made against that. After W&D rushed towards Izuku and left him, Aya was tropes in the sand. She looked and realized the hardened sand of Izuku, the sand wall slowly forming hard, and Ayaka used a fish of wind to remove it. Although a bit of sand was left, most of it went away. Izuku was focusing on collecting sand, so Ayaka used wind force to repel Izuku again. Izuku noticed that and hardened, this time, even his legs. Before it was just the foot. Izuku then noticed some sand stuck with Ayaka, and he used that to his advantage. He pulled Ayaka and slammed sand against her, which she didn't notice. Ayaka had enough and made a wind sphere outside her. The sand couldn't penetrate it, but Ayaka could attack. She made the sphere go to Izuku slowly, as she had learnt this move while training just 2 days before the festival and didn't have time to perfect it. The straight was good but not the speed. Izuku tried even hardening a sand hand and punch it, but it didn't affect Ayaka's sphere. After Ayaka reached a reasonable distance, Izuku made a wall before himself and braced for impact. The sphere was slowly but surely breaking through the wall. That's when Izuku noticed some his molecules spinning. He focused more and felt the sand moving with Ayaka's wind sphere. He tried to move the sphere, but when he did, the sphere was destroyed. Ayaka was shocked, as she had tried everything to make the sphere invincible and that it could only be broken or destroyed if someone moved it faster. Izuku wasted no time and hardened the sand with Ayaka inside. Izuku wins. Midnight yelled. Bakugo vs. Shiosaki. Shiosaki used her vines as a wall, and some were trying to whip Bakugo, but he blasted them away and flew up and landed in front of Shiosaki, then used an explosion to blind her while he pushed her out of the ring. After a small break, Izuku went down and in front of Bakugo. He said, "Nerd, let's make a deal." Izuku looked interested and asked what it was. Bakugo smirked and said, "If I win, you will date Katsumi. Deal?" Izuku smirked. "Don't do it, Kit. If you lose, then you'll do anything I say. Deal?" Katsuki smirked and said, "Deal." The signal went off and they started their match. Izuku POV. I was standing with my hands in the pocket and Bakugo looked pissed. The signal went off and Bakugo charged at me and my sand blocked him. He charged at me again with a right hook but changed it to a blast from the left, but my sand blocked it. I wasn't even trying and Bakug was sweating. He charged at me for the 5th time but my sand blocked it. Again, I was getting bored, so I decided to finish this up. I stood up, I was laying down to relax a bit, and put my hand ahead. The sand started to form around my hand and I shot some projectiles which Bakugo dodged easily. I had spread my sand around the area where we were fighting and the projectiles were just a distraction. I made the sand form around Bakugo and it formed around him. I walked up to him and whispered, "It's over." But he, being the Asdollar he is, blasted the sand out and flew up. He spiraled around and yelled, "Howitzer!" Impact! And he made contact with my sand wall. Guess everybody was curious as to who won because all the arena was silent. The smoke cleared and everybody had a look at me and my safety wall. And ignore the spikes. They all cheered and I looked at Bakugo, who was laying at some part of the arena. Guess the blast bounced off to him. I lessened the sand and it eventually formed into my gourd. Some people were shouting it's unfair, but I just replied with, "I used the sand in the atmosphere, so I don't think it actually is." Which was true because I spread the sand in the atmosphere before the contest and they all shut up. I walked to the viewing area where I noticed Katsumi was looking sad. Guess she knew. Ayaka came up to me and asked, "What were you talking with Bakugo about?" "Before this match, I mean." I said we made a deal. If I won, then he would do anything I say. If he won, then I would date Katsumi like it was nothing. Ayaka got angry and shouted, "And what if you had lost?" I just chuckled nervously and said, "Don't worry. It didn't happen, did it?" And waved it off. She didn't seem angry afterwards. After the award ceremony, we all left for the day. Time skipped. Next day. Aizawa came in class and said, "Congrats on the festival. You all have internships and you'll give the name for your internships in 2 days or no internship. Midnight will be reviewing your hero names," and went in his sleeping bag. Midnight arrived and said, "You'll get your hero names revised by me," as she whipped her whip. After some names, Ayaka went up and said, "Windsurfing hero, Kaze," and Midnight said, "Delicious. I approve." I went up next and showed my board's self-loving demon, Gaara, and Midnight looked shocked. She asked, "May I ask why you chose that?" I looked at her blankly and said, I used to do that in the past. No one loved me, so I did it to myself and comforted myself, and she nodded slowly. I approve. I went to my seat and could see tears in the eyes of the girls that tormented me. I ignored it and sat down. Izumi went up and said, Telek hero, Mito. Katsumi had fails, but managed something. Explosion hero, ground zero. Shoka just had Shoka for her hero name. I slept afterwards, so I didn't pay much attention. Aya woke me up and I started paying attention. Aizawa said, here are your internships and distributed papers. I liked it mine and I had almost 4 full pages. I immediately started work and started cutting low-tier heroes. School ended, so I went home for the day. After doing the usual like changing clothes, eating lunch and etc., I went to my desk and started again. I finished after some time and had 6 heroes which I would consider. Lady, Kemui Woods. Best Genist. I rested and Aya came in. Selected one yet? I shook my head and asked you. She nodded and said, I have an internship with Hawks. I widened my eyes and exclaimed, that's great. She nodded and noticed my paper. She took it in her hands and saw the hero I was thinking about. She scratched a name and handed it to me. I looked at the scratched name. It was of Empty Lady. I was about to object but then realized I had better heroes to work under. I thanked Aya and she smiled. She went away and I started to think I'm focusing more on sand than physical activities. Though I'm fit, I don't actually know how to fight without sand. I guess Mirko would help cause she is the only one who doesn't have a personal fighting style which doesn't have an exterior quirk and could help me with non-sand fighting. I just confirmed it with Aya and she asked why I chose Mirko. I explained I usually fight with my sand and I want to not do that. I want to learn some hand-to-hand combat as well, and I thought Mirko would be best to help me with it. She thought for some time when agreed. I spent the next day as usual. Internships Izuku POV. We were all walking to the train station. Ayaka had took Hawks and I had took Mirko for it. I was sensing something was off with Ida. I approached him and said, Ida, if you are worried for anything then you can talk to me. I know we haven't been very close but remember that I will always be there for my classmates which I didn't know before I was 15, okay? And he nodded. I was not sure that he would take my advice and I continued, revenge is not good, trust me, I have been through worse, okay? And he looked shocked but nodded again and said, thank you Izuku. I continued, call me Gaara, it's weird everyone saying my first name, and he nodded. I also informed everyone and they agreed. I came to Uncle and asked, is it done? And he said that we will do it after I come back from my internship, to which I agreed. Aizawa-sensei then said, take your trains and go to the internships, good luck, and with that, he left. We took our trains but I noticed Yagi had took the same train as me. She didn't notice me, to which I was glad about. At the station, I waited for everyone to go and then I left too. I noticed Yagi was going the same way I was going. Okay, it's probably just a strange coincidence. No way she is going to Mirko? Is she? Thought to myself. But it turns out luck is not always on someone's side. She went in the rabbit hole. Then. I know the name's not good but just read quietly will ya? I went in and was met with Yagi. She looked shocked and asked, you're going here too, Oniai-chan? And I replied, I'm not your brother Yagi, and yes I'm going here for the internships. She nodded reluctantly and said, we'll do our best on dash. Gaara-san and I sighed in relief, then nodded. Mirko arrived after some moments and asked, you're here? Good. I like punctual people. You yourself are late. She signaled to follow her and we obliged. We reached what looked like her office and she turned around then asked, so, there must be a reason why you selected this agency, what is it? Yagi answered first and said, I want to strengthen my quirk more people. I have good control over things that can't move but need control over things that can move on their own and you move a lot so I selected this one. She nodded and said, what about you tattoo? I sighed internally and said, my hero name is Gaara ma'am. And I selected this agency because I want to work on my physical combat not relying on sand. And she smirked. She asked, what weapon do you want to use? I will be improving hand-to-hand combat but still you should learn as much as you can. Choose a kunai. A what? Just say it. Okay. I said kunai and she smirked a devilish smile and said, good choice kid, and threw a knife at me. My sand caught it and I inspected the weapon. What's so special about this? Train with it. It's a very good and useful weapon. Whatever. So, how are we gonna do this? She threw me a grip straight machine and said, I'm sure you know how to use it. I used it and got a 100 kilograms this time. She looked okay with it and we did it with Yagi who got 79. Mirko started, we are gonna train the girl till we can get around 90 for her and for you. She looked at me and continued, come with me, a sidekick will take care of the girl, and she left the room. I came out just to see her go around a corner and followed. Just when I turned, Mirko jumped to me to kick and my sand blocked it. She frowned a bit and said, we'll have to get rid of that while you're here, so keep it in my office and come back, we'll train your real reflexes. And I agreed. After keeping the gourd in the office, I left it and was met with Mirko who tried to kick my head from the left side but I just titled ahead a bit to avoid it. She then went for a punch and I blocked it with one hand. That strong wind pressure finally did something good, I thought to myself, and then dodged another kick. She took out a kunai but it was different this time. She went ahead to me and I took out a kunai though I didn't know how to use it. She stroked me with it and I dodged. I went for a front strike but it didn't work. She axed my elbow and pinned me to the ground, then said, there's a reason why I am a pro and you're an intern. I know, can we go to real training now? Sure kid, Mirko said after getting up and not helping me up. She started her way to the training room after she gave Ma a wooden kunai and we trained of a bit in kunai and hand-to-hand combat. Not to brag but I got very good at those during the short amount of time 3 days passed with me and Yagi doing training. I even developed a new move with the ideas of kunais and sand teleportation. I was just training my new move on a dummy when Mirko came back looking tired. I asked, when are we gonna go on patrols? And she replied, when you make your technique less lethal, as I dropped a dummy with too many holes in it. I sighed and got another dummy from the box and put him in a sand sphere to make my move less lethal. Izuku POV. We were going to Hosu for Stain. Miruko had given me and Yagi permissions to use our quirks if we encountered anyone. We were jumping there because someone, Miruko, had thought that it would be a good exercise to do that without our quirks. Yagi was training in hand-to-hand combat, I was trained in hand-to-hand combat, kunai use and was doing sand manipulating training. We had just reached Hosu when a blast came. Miruko came to a sudden halt and I bumped into Yagi cause she was in front of me. Miruko said, you guys spread out for villains? I allow you to use your quirks and weapons if you have them. We nodded and Yagi started to fly while following me. Didn't she say to spread out? I asked, somewhat annoyed at her. She replied, well, we are just heroes in training without much experience, so I thought we should stick together on Dash, Gaara, and I nodded in understatement. We were flying on patrol when I heard saw Ida shout, I'll take revenge for my brother's stain. I knew it was stupid so I followed the voice with Yagi who seemed to have a good relation with Ida. I made it there just in time to see Stain about to stab Ida in the face while he was lying on the ground. Yagi used her telekinesis to stop the blade and broke it before throwing it away. No one POV. Izumi tried to take all the weapons away but Stain just got them hidden, out of her sight. Then, I don't know if I mentioned this but she needs to see the telek. Midori, I'll create an opening for you to see the weapons. Tell them away. Izuku shouted and jumped down after hearing a confirmation from Izumi. Ida shouted in shock, why are you here? This is my fight. I want revenge for what he did to my brother. Izuku stepped on his shoulder and rubbed it a bit then hissed, with this? We become stronger than challenge people. And this is not what a hero should do either. You're a rule follower, right? Well, this is one go those time where you should follow the rules unlike you did. While Ida screamed in pain for a bit, Izuku removed his foot and frowned at Stain who was shocked a kid did that. He said, I have a feeling you're a true hero unlike this fake, so I'll leave you be if you leave the kid and this weird hobo here. You can even get the girl if you want with Utes, while he pointed to a African-looking man who was lying with the support of the wall. Izuku just put out his hand and said, Ryoiki Tenkai. The sand moved around the walls and pushed Izumi in because he needed the telekinesis for the weapons. Once all the sand went, Izuku smirked. Stain said, what is this? And Izuku said, a move I Linda copied from a new anime, you should watch it if the police will let you in the prison. Izuku said as the two injured people went in the sand and popped behind him. Izuku sat down in a cross-legged position and started meditating. Stain smirked and shot 10 kunais at him. Izumi was able to catch 6 of them but the other 4 hit Izuku. Stain laughed while Izumi and the two injured people had faces one couldn't describe. They had shock. disgust because Stain shot an unexperienced hero, and many more. Stain stopped laughing when Izuku turned to sand and vanished. The kunais went too. Stain looked around and saw 5 tentacles of sand forming around him. They gripped his leg, but Stain just pulled it out and cut the tentacles of sand. The side connected to the ground just regrew, but the one that was holding his leg turned into actual sand and got absorbed into the area. Stain thought, so this kid needs to have most of his sand attached to the ground for him to control. That gives me an idea, which is exactly what Izuku wanted. He wanted to give Stain false hope, an idea which he thought would work, but in reality, it wouldn't, which would give Izuku the surprise edge. Stain jumped on a box, but it was soon getting absorbed into the sand, so he jumped off. Before he could hit the ground, a kunai came out of a wall and was about to hit Stain when he pulled out his sword and deflected it. While this happened, Izuku's face came out of a wall and snarled at Izumi, "Use your quirk." And she did just that. After being shocked for a sec, she got the sword and kunai out of Stain's grip and sent them into the sand. It was also trying to keep Ida in one place because he was very stubborn and wanted to move after being able to. Stain jumped to Izumi but was blocked by sand again. He threw some kunais at Izuku's face, but the face just took it and it was soon absorbed into the sand. Stain was getting frustrated. He didn't have a point where the sand would go. He couldn't end the fake heroes. He could only hope for Izuku's energy drain. But that was what he didn't like. Hope. Izuku thought Stain was frustrated enough and decided to attack. 10 tentacles came out and Stain cut them from the bottom, then trapped the sand in a junk box he found. He sat on the box. Izuku internally smirked and started making the boxed sand into a mini shikaku. He made the 15 kunais go to Stain. The sword dropped from above, and before Stain blocked it, Izumi used her telekinesis to take Stain's weapons, making him defenseless and injured. Stain was getting frustrated by the second, and Izuku had almost completed the transformation of shikaku. Izuku used more sand tentacles, which Stain cut swiftly and effortlessly before getting his available to see weapons getting snatched away by Izumi. Izuku put a face through the sand and asked, "Why do you want to end so-called fake heroes? And who do you think is a true hero?" Stain replied, "I want to purge the world of fake heroes, heroes which are only in that profession for money or fame. The only true hero is All Might," and these 2 words were the only words to out Izuku into temporary insanity. He laughed. Like a madman, ha ha ha, and Stain grew a frown. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Just the thought of All Might being a true hero." He grew out of the sand with his full body this time, and put a hand on his stomach due to the pain of laughing. Do you know that I'm his child?" "Ha ha dash," Izuku started, and Stain grew shocked. He mumbled, "No wonder you're a true hero." Izuku continued, "And that he deep inhale neglected me for nearly 10 years since I was 4 or 5 cause I had an ear-ranked quirk." Ha ha ha. Izuku laughed. Stain was shocked to say the least. His idol and inspiration for purging the world of fake heroes was a fake himself. Izuku then gained his composure and stated, "There are many true heroes, Stain. If you look for them, that is, one of them being Eraserhead or Edgeshot is also a true hero. Ryukyu with Mirko are female examples of them, so please don't include Alt PFFDD ha. He hate All Might or Endeavor in them. They are heroes for power only." Stain grew a frown. Izuku continued, "He didn't love me for 10 to 12 years. Nobody did, because I had a supposed weak quirk which I trained, and now here you are, in my domain, in my world," he said with a smile. He could do anything here and nobody would know. He could take out his frustration and nobody would know. He could do anything to the people in here and nobody would know. If he were a villain, but unfortunately for him, he chose the path of heroes, so he could only do so much. Stain unexpectedly jumped to Izuku and stabbed his heart. Izuku's clone turned to sand, and half of the falling the sand was caught by Stain, who swiftly put it in the box, not looking in it. Stain said, "All Might is a true hero no matter what. It doesn't matter what he does or did. I think All Might is still a true hero." Izuku grew a frown. He didn't even mind the completed shikaku and ordered him to stand down. He was dedicated to make Stain say, "All Might is a fake," without use of force. "He didn't love me at all. Do you think that's his job? Not loving his own child?" Izuku's voice echoed through the domain. Stain replied, "Yes, it doesn't matter what he does. He didn't love me. Love is just a word. I doesn't mean anything." "Oh. If it really is just a word, Then why does it hurt so much when you know it isn't there? Stain was shocked. This kid taught him a lesson he didn't know he was yet to learn. Stain started to have flashbacks of his childhood. You'll never be a hero. You think we are fake? You have no right to judge us. No weak or villainous quirked person does. Yue? Are you sure it wasn't a dream, honey? You remember this kid? He has such a villainous quirk. We are fake heroes? Okay, at least we are heroes, unlike you. You villain. Everybody says I'm a villain. Even my own mother said I'm one and didn't love me. I don't want to be a villain. But I want to end these fake heroes. Vigilante? I heard about those. They are heroes who bend rules to do what they want, but they do heroic acts. I'll become one too, I guess. I just need to train. Were Kaizome Akaguro's thoughts in the second year of UA when he left, and Stain was born. Stain said, "You're right, kid. I was wrong. All Might is a fake too." With that, Izuku grew pleased and Shikaku was released. The moment Stain took his swords out, they were stolen by Izumi. Stain jumped to Izumi in blinding speeds, but alas, a wall was built in between them of solid sand. Stain punched the sand in hopes of breaking it and saw a crack. Hopes of his were quickly drained when he saw the sand building itself back. Stain still punched it and remembered the brown-blue fat raccoon when he felt a jaw closing with his leg in between. He looked back to see his right leg broken due to the sheer pressure of the fat raccoon. The raccoon jumped back and swept his sand. The sand blocked Stain vision and a mini dust storm formed in the domain, obviously not affecting anything besides the wall. The room was closing. Stain felt it, a room where everything bending to the user's will was too overpowered, not to mention he didn't realize parts of the wall could be controlled as well, and this was all a trap. The sand, and Izuku had enough waiting for pros, and a huge sand wave came up in Stain. The sand hardened after an echo said, "Sand coffin," and like that, the domain started to go away, not the sand trapping Stain. Izuku came out of the gourd of sand inside. He said the weapons were crushed and turned to sand. It morphed. Oops. And shrugged. Izumi cried, laughed, and punched Izuku on the shoulder playfully. "I was worried for you on Dash." Gar. Izuku sighed and looked at the full-healed Ida and Native. He went to Ida, who said, "I'm okay, T-Dash," but was cut off by Izuku punching him. Native shouted, "What the hell, kid? Shut up. First, you get into this sheet and then expect to win against him. A certified ender. Even I know I couldn't have defeated him if not for my new move. Do you know how much energy was drained in me? It's a good thing I practiced my vitality a lot. Stay down." He interrupted Ida, who was trying to get up, with another punch, this time on his head, which made sure he dropped down but was not unconscious. "Now, if you ever get into this mess, I'm telling an Native, me and Izumi will get credit for capturing Stain because we were authorized by Mirko to use our quirks, and I doubt your intern taker gave you that permission considering you're all alone. FUC. He breathed and then continued after laying down on the ground, "Please call a proper capturing hero. I'm about to pass out, and if that happens then you're all in huge shit because Stain will go free." They all got ADI and got on their phones, calling their own internship, or hero agency in Native's case. Many pro heroes came, like Mirko, Endeavor, 3C rankers, and Gran Torino, a presumed retired hero. They were all shocked when they saw Stain captured. They thought they were done with the Nomus, but how wrong they were. A flying Nomu came and caught Izuku, who was trying to stand. Mirko tried jumping and getting it but was unsuccessful due to the height it had reached, but was able to scratch it and a drop of blood fell down. Stain jumped to the drop and drank it. Endeavor was about to shoot a flame but stopped when he realized the flame would hit Izuku. Stain grabbed the kunai, in Izuku's pocket, and stabbed the brain of the Nomu. Izuku and the Nomu fell down with Stain on its back. He took a step and all the heroes got ready to fight. Stain shouted, "Society must be purged. I'll end all of you fakes. This kid is the only true hero ever," and with that, dead in his tracks, Stain shocked everyone. Gran Torino muttered, "He's unconscious?" And out everyone into more shock. They quickly ended off the remaining Nomus and detained Stain. They took an unconscious Izuku to the hospital and were informed he didn't have any injuries except a small scratch on the skin of his heart. It would have been deadly if put in a few more centimeters, but in the end, All turned out well. Izuku POV. I woke up to blinding white light. I squinted my eyes for a proper view and looked around. It was the hospital room. Slowly but surely, memories flooded into my mind. Stain. I lifted my head but got hit with a lot of pain in my head. Guess the Ryoiki Tenkai took a lot out of me. Didn't happen in the anime though. I looked around and saw nobody. I saw a plate of omelet beside me and my stomach growled. I started eating and boy was it great. After a few minutes into eating, the door opened to reveal a nurse. She said, "You're awake I see. Thank you for detaining Stain by the way. It must have been hard." "Hee, yeah, my head is still in pain," I replied. She said, "Oh yeah, your girlfriend is waiting outside. You weren't allowed visitors because the police chief wanted to meet you first for some reason. Seems biased if you ask me." I chuckled and nodded my head. She brought the police chief who looked a lot like a dog. "Hello, my name is Kenji Tsuragami. I'm the head police chief and would like to ask you a few questions." He almost grumbled. His voice was so deep. I nodded him to continue and another officer came, this time less dog and more human. "Hello, I'm Tsukachi," he said. I remembered him from my case of Aizawa taking my guardianship. I exclaimed, "Oh, you're from my adoption case, right?" "I'm Izuku." Letting my childhood figure roam free before regaining my composure. "Sorry, please continue." "Well, we wanted to thank you for Stain. We did scold Ida Tenya for supposed vigilantism and illegal quirk usage. Mirko had given you permission so I have no right or need to scold you on that. Other than a thank you, I have nothing to say," Chief said. "But I do. I just have some questions on Stain so please try and answer them truthfully," Tsukachi said. I nodded and he continued with some random questions. After answering them they were about to leave when I said, "Tsukachi, please wait." He turned around and asked, "Yes?" "Well, I hate to ask it now but it's done." "Yeah, while you were unconscious, your custody was transferred to Aizawa. You're legally Izuku Aizawa now," he said, smiling, then leaving. I sighed in relief and laid down on the bed and waited for the doctor to come. He did and did some test. After some time, he declared me free to go and I teleported home. The sand which was left behind just traveled home. Uncle Zawa was just sitting at the couch. He was surprisingly awake and eating for something before I placed my hand on shoulder. He flinched and jumped up then went into a stance. I suppressed the urge to laugh at him. He relaxed and came and hugged me. I gladly took it and hugged him too, so this is what a true fatherly hug is like. "Like it?" He then asked, "What did you think you were doing?" I flinched and took a step back and put my hands near my chest, palms facing him. It was in the heat of the moment Ida was being attacked so I didn't have much of a choice. He sighed and nodded, then warned, "I understand, will your wife?" And I looked down, probably not, and I had an idea. I slammed my hand on my other palm and said, "I'm gonna get pizza and udon for her," then ran out. After getting those, I came back in and saw Aya. "Izuku Aizawa, we need to talk," she said. Her eyes were covered by shadows like in anime so it made me more scared. I stuttered, Let's eat first no? You don't want it to get cold." She huffed and then nodded. I sighed in relief and then thought what the actual food age is with her. I ate the food slowly with Aizawa who seemed to be trying to help me, whereas Aya was waiting for me in our room. Aizawa patted me on the shoulder and prayed, "May God and your girlfriend have mercy on you, kid." I asked a question before I would face the wrath of Aya. What am I supposed to call you?" "You know, since you legally adopted me?" He smiled, not the sheet-eating grin, a genuine smile, and hinted, "You can call me whatever you want, son." I smirked and then said thanks dad and then went inside to see Aya was crying. What the foo? I don't even know what is going on with this girl anymore. First she gets angry all of a sudden, then cries. Then becomes the literal devil and then becomes a crybaby. WTF? Sorry, she cried. I felt a wave of uneasiness rush over me. What is she apologizing for? Is this an act? Will she end me if I go near here? But those tears look Ari, what if she used eye drops? No. This doesn't feel like what Aya would do. Maybe I should comfort and support her through whatever is going on. I ran over to her after the small debate in my mind and wrapped my arms around her, rubbing her back while she was sobbing in my chest. I tried the most soothing voice I could muster because she looked like she needed it and asked, "What's up, Aya?" She stopped after a while of me her and said, I'm pregnant. Take 2, it was a joke face with tears of joy. I'm sorry, I was very angry towards you for these past 2 months, while sobbing sometimes in between. I forgave her immediately and she continued, I was just seeing you risk yourself. It was too much and started crying again. This went on for about an hour, after which she went to sleep. I came out and slumped my shoulders, thank God it was only that and nothing else. I also slept while cuddling Aya and it was the best. Expulsion. Okay. I didn't have any better picture and I'm too lazy to take a screenshot and do whatnot, so I simply put this. No one POV. Izuku was very happy that his custody would go to Aizawa and he would legally be his parent. Aya something, smart, hey Aizu. Aren't you 19? So why wouldn't you need custody of Aizawa-sensei? I forgot her full name, rolling on the floor laughing, face with tears of joy, too much use of Aya? Was it Ayaki? No, it was Ayaka, wasn't it? Those words hit Izuku like a building. I'm doubting that Aya is not smart. I am just an idiot when it comes to common sense. They then cancelled everything they worked for about a year. Yup, very happy moment of realization. The thing that shocked Izuku was that even the detective didn't seem to realize the thing Ayaka said. The rest of the day was normal, except All Might and Magnetti somehow finding out where Izuku lives and annoying him to where he learned to teleport other people via his sand. Timeskip class. Izuku POV. I was in class and noticed something. Bakuho was nowhere to be seen, the boy I mean. Aizawa came in after it. Rather grumpy talk about me being around 18 and us making a full-on case about me being adopted by uncle. He said, I'm sure you all are wondering where Katsuki Bakugo is, correct? We all nodded and he continued, he is hereby expelled from you. What? The class roared. How? Why? Can you even do this? Aizawa activated his quirk, indicating all of us to shut the FPICK up, and we did. He explained he was expelled because Izumi Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, Shoka Todoroki, Katsumi Bakugo and Katsuki Bakugo did something unacceptable in UA terms. We chose to give them one chance. They took therapy, did around 300 hours of community service and redeemed themselves in UA's eyes. All except Katsuki Bakugo, who kept his rash and unacceptable behavior on. He is blacklisted from ever becoming a hero and, since he is an legal adult, given around 2 months in prison. Everybody was silent from the new news, all except the 4 were also shocked, including me BTW. Seems they knew the consequences and actually made themselves better. Denki was about to speak up but Uncle cut him off, all because of illegal quirk usage and discrimination. Though I should probably inform you the lengths. Gaara, come up here. I sighed regretfully and came up, unwillingly, forcefully removed my shirt. Everyone saw my scars, the girls gasped and blushed. The boys were unaffected cause we changed together a lot. Kirishima said, Sir, why is Garabro showing his scars? Weren't they from training? Uncle looked at me with a ___ face and I nervously smiled. He said, no, around 10 years of bullying from Katsumi and Shoto led to this. Izumi and Shoka also harmed him but less physically and more mentally. The class gasped and glared at the 4. They looked down in shame and I said, don't go and end them, and the 4, along with everyone else, looked up, shocked. I blushed a bit and said, Keech, it's not like I forgive you yet, you still have to earn it, so don't end them or else, and I gave him a tinsy but of a scary glare. They all shivered and nodded. The 4 had almost tears in their eyes except Shoto, but he was hopeful of me. I put my shirt back on and could feel the sulks from the girls. I smirked and replied, if you want this then go through Ayaka first, and she glared at them a bit before smiling again, much to everyone's displeasure, and them being scared only made Aya smile more. Aizawa continued, more everyone. Bakugo was also blacklisted from attending any hero schools. Not that he would be able to attend any after coming from prison, so now you see how strict UA is? Quirkistism will not be tolerated in the least, neither will bullying. The 4 have redeemed themselves after 300 hours and 12.5 days of community work each, without Bakugo Katsuki, and have attended therapy, so I warn you, do not make the same mistake of one Bakugo Katsuki, which terrified everyone. They all nodded and All Might came in and Aizawa smirked. He said, I have one last announcement. All Might is currently attending teaching lessons and therapy with a completed 504 hours of community work in 21 days, due to child neglect, and everyone went wide-eyed, me and All Might included. Though I was surprised by the amount of community work he did. I thought it would be 800 hours at least. Guess I was wrong. We continued after everyone shouting at All Might and him apologizing to everyone while Aizawa slept peacefully for the first time. Now everyone in 1A hates All Might, teachers included. All Might then took us, with Hound Dog, to Center Charlie, which was just a fancy way to say it was the third ground they have. It was littered with pipes and there was a platform in the middle with a giant screen. We were not there. Instead we were at the other platform with a giant screen. All Might explained about the exercise. We were in groups of 5 and he would stand in the middle, he would shout help and it would be the signal for us to start. The first from the group of 5 would win and etc. He went in the middle. My group had Siro, Ida, Mineta and Aya, me included. I sneakily sent some of my sand in All Might's shirt and some in his pants. He scratched those parts due to the itchiness, if that's a word. He reached the platform and I could hear murmurs of our classmates. Mina, hey, let's place bets on who'll win. I bet Fuki, Kiri, Siro. This place is made for him. Izumi, Katsuki and Shoka, Gar. Momo, I think so too. He can teleport with his sand, remember? Hagakure and Uraraka. Ida? Uraraka, he literally has an engine quirk. Just when the others were about to answer, All Might shouted go. And I closed my eyes, focused on the sand and brought the sand out of All Might's clothes and sent more sand. I could feel Ayaka closing in because of the dust in the air and I teleported right in front of Smite's face. He jumped and punched me. As a joke, I formed blood and organs with my sand, while transforming myself into sand and blasted away the organs and blood that is. I had an eye in the air and surveyed the aftermath. All Might had a shocked face. I had also left enough of my face, sand, to make out it was me. Kinda. Everybody had shocked faces and Ayaka reached. I quickly detransformed the sand and made myself. All Might had wide eyes and I smiled awkwardly and said, hey, I reached first, right All Might? While making a sand sword and touching his weak point just so he knows what to say and what not to. He stuttered a yes which took days. Izuku POV. I was going home from school. It was the typical and usual walk. Yes, I was walking for a change because even I need some exercise of sorts, and it helped a lot when UA was a kilometer away from my and Aya's home. I was also walking to our house instead of the dorms since I saw Yagi do the same and asked if we could really do it. Turns out we could till the next day of school, and since I also wanted to train with the private beach, we went there with some futons and snacks. Aya was beside me and ranting something. I wasn't paying much attention till I felt like throwing up. I hadn't eaten something bad and was fine just a second ago, but suddenly I felt like throwing up. I did and it covered me. My supposed vomit covered me. After the vomit cleared, I was in a dark place. Nothing could I see. A voice boomed with an echo following it. Nice to finally cough cough meet you Gaara cough. Kid, I've got a bad feeling in my tummy. Be on guard. Who are you and what do you want? I shouted in reply. The voice laughed it off and said, I am all for one, and I am looking for cough 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 someone good-hearted. I frowned in disbelief and asked, why someone good-hearted? Why not your successor, Krusty Face? He amused, nice name, but you see, wasn't bad. My quirk can give and take quirks. The drawback, however, I realized it the hard way. My hunger for quirks grew bigger and bigger till this. You do know that alcoholics need some type of alcohol to survive, right? I'm like that. I need quirks to survive, either that or I'm dead. My hunger drove me to what I am today. I cannot make this as an excuse for my crimes and I definitely can't imagine the pain I caused to people and their families. So, I want to help the best I can, and currently, you are the best candidate. He did feel like he was saying the truth. Can't see, so Shikaku told me. I had one last question, why me? You have experiences that force you to remain to the light, you discovered hardships and rose through them, you eventually found love who is currently freaking out because you vanished, proving my latter point. You, my boy, are the greatest hero to become, even if you don't use the quirk, please take it, as I can't die in peace because of it as I can't remove the immortality that comes with this quirk, she replied. What should I do? Take the quirk. I feel like it will give you a boost. I feel it in my belly. I should not have shown you Rise of the Guardians. I accept. How will you give it to me, and how can I trust that you won't talk it current quirk? FO smirked and said, I can't take your quirk. It will cause you pain, whereas giving you a quirk will cause you tiredness. I can't take your quirk without causing pain, since the quirk itself is sentiment and will not obey me due to your bond. I hesitated, but Shikaku confirmed what he said. I went to his voice because the echo was now over and he had turned the lights on. He placed his hand on my forehead and I started feeling fatigue. Soon I was unconscious but woke rather quickly to the loud beep in the monitor. Guess AFO is dead. I hacked into the computer, which honestly took some time, and went for the LOV's base. Turns out they were going to attack our field trip for the final exams. I teleported around to test anything strange with my sand and let go of all the quirks, which went to the user if they were alive and dissolved if they were dead, except the Regan quirks, which I added to my OG quirk. Now I can transform my cut-off limbs into sand and vice versa, which I could not do before. I had to stack connected to the head if I wanted to alter anything from my body. I also can control the chakra from sand to sand, so now all sand is chakra sand to me now, cause I can even remove chakra from sand, so basically, I am a god in a beach. I walked back to the place where Aya was and saw her there. She gasped and ran for me, then hugged me and cried a bit in my shoulder. How are her eyes not dry? She cries like every day. I already knew what she was gonna ask, so I said I had some unexpected business with an unexpected person, but he taught me something. And she had a curious face, so to demonstrate, I cut my hand off with a blade made of sand. Aya ahaha. Eyes you your hand. She screamed. Blood was pouring out my hand, but I soon turned my cut-off hand into sand and placed it back where it was. I was sure to clean it and split the blood and water. I think they get mixed up when someone cuts a person, right? Cause blood only is in veins and arteries. Water covers the veins and arteries, so when someone gets cut, blood becomes thinner due to water mixing with it, right? She looked shocked and got angry. What is it with her mood swings? At that time I knew. Fuck. Couldn't you just turn your body into sand in the first place? Yes, but I couldn't do it on one specific limb or body parts that were cut off. I can even transform myself now, I explained when I turned into Aya. She gasped and blushed furiously. Wonder what she was thinking. Aika PIV. Can he grow a part of his body? Izuku POV. We went home and I tested everything. I even turned myself into an average-sized Shikaku. It was fun to say the least, but Aya looked like she wanted to say something but had a tomato face all the time. AFO also had explained everything. OFA's history with AFO. I called Izumi and regretted it the moment she picked up. Hey Yagi. Yes, Gaara-san? You do know my place, right? Yes. Said it to me and tried to convince me to go to your place, but I refused. She's improving. Thank God. Come here. I want to talk to you about something which is important. Came muffled noises. Izumi's audio was barely audible, but I could figure out the following sentence. What? No, I'm not gonna ditch on Oni Dash Gaara by saying what he said to you. He's finally trusting me. I frowned a bit and thought they are still the same. I see. Then I could hear her voice more clearly, indicating she had come closer. I'll be there, Jarison. Sure, bye. Bye. I cut the phone and rested my head on the couch, preparing for her arrival. Aya knew she was coming, so she left cause she still didn't like Izumi Yagi. I waited, and waited, and waited, and waited a bit more till I was getting anxious. What if she got kidnapped? Raped, tortured by villains? I have to do something. She is my classmate after all. I went near a beach and spread my chakra through all the sand in the beach. Every single grain had at least a bit of chakra. I spread it out in the whole city and started to connect to it. I could feel every single insect, every person in the city. Boy Todoroki was sleeping, girl Todoroki was bat. I removed my sand, which I mistakenly put in people's bathrooms. I swear it was a mistake. I searched and searched till I found her. She was making her way here. What the hell? It doesn't take that much time. For boys. I sighed in relief and made an eye to keep an eye on her smirking face. I took out the rest of the sand back to the huge hole, filled with water since sand is not here to block it, which was once a beach. Nobody was here since it was a private ground Aya's parents had. Also, I learned cooking from the internet and I started to cook for Aya since she was the only one working since I wasn't getting a job. I wanted to but no one hired me. Yagi presumably knocked on the front door, which I opened. I now realized why she took so long. It was like she was going to a party. She had medium makeup on with a blue dress which would look good on Aya. Not that it doesn't look good on Yagi. I invited her to sit and she did. So, what's up, Gaara? I wanted to ask you if you knew about AFO? All for 1 inch. Sorry, but do you mean one for all? Because I do know that with you since I have the quirk. I started a mumble that Buffon didn't tell you? And then spoke out loud, do you know the origins of one for all? She shook her head and I started explaining. It was a long to say the least, but you all surely know since you have watched the anime. Which was supposed to be MY line. Oops. I guess? Asterisk psi asterisk, do you at least know where the flex tape is? I'll have to repair the broken fourth wall. Yep, but not saying anyway. I started the explanation and she was more shocked. By the end, she was crying a bit and I handed her a tissue since her makeup was coming off. I also advised her to change since she might be uncomfortable and she tried Aya's clothes, which unfortunately didn't fit her waist. It was too tight there, so I gave my shirt and pants. She came out and looked like the sister that used to torment me, except this time, she wasn't going to. I smiled and she stuttered, Teach, there's something I want to say. To WL, why you're not biologically related to mom and dad, you were just my cousin from dad's side when his brother died. That's why you are only some days older than me, since that type of child distance of being born for one woman is impossible. I only got to know yesterday too. And I was shocked. Not only did he betray his brother, but also his nephew whom uncles are supposed to love. Sometimes. I just waved it off since I didn't care. We caught up with a few talks which were common I guess, and she went home. I took a random shirt and my mask which I somehow saved from Aya's wrath and put it on. And I went for hunting some quirks. Of course I had done that only for lifelong prisoners since they don't have any use for their quirk, now do they? Amusingly, the heat cameras couldn't detect me since I was basically sand to them and didn't radiate heat off, but if someone switched to normal, they could see sand moving on its own. I managed to find some nice quirks. 1. Air shot. I can shoot small blasts of air from my hands, not so amusing when said, but super useful. Drawback. I need flexible hand muscles, since air gets stored in it and shoots off, so it can explode my hand if I go overboard and it take air out of my lungs. The air travels to the hand and then shoots off so I can go out of air. Victory hand beaming face with smiling eyes. 2. Rewind. I can rewind a state of anything that is non-living so I can make glass into sand. Drawback. I have a horn on my left side, it grows more and more, it shrinks if I use it, so if the horn is empty on energy, I can't use my quirk. 3. Air walk. I can solidify air below my feet so it looks like I'm flying when I'm not. I basically balancing myself in the air, but I can use it if I get used to it, or wear very very tight shoes, so when I fall off I could just hang in there. Key. Drawback. Already told you I can only solidify air below my feet. Izuku POV. I was currently in class. We had our practical exams today and I also planned to reveal my noon manifestation to the class. Aizawa came in with a sheet-eating grin. This can't be good was my thought, and probably everyone else's too. He said, one more student in being expelled, and the class gasped. I think everyone thought it would be one of the 4 who bullied me since they were looking at them. Sensei started Izuku Gaara, and everyone was in utter shock, even me. He continued, go tell the principal that the expulsion is done after I say the name. All of us sighed and he said, Minor Mineta. I looked at him and he had a curious face on. Probably thinking what excuse Sensei would make. He continued, you're expelled, and he started crying. Why? I haven't even touched any B00BS yet. And he went for Uraraka. She screamed a bit and I shot an air shot that was very small. He was still pushed away and instead touched Katsumi, Bakugo. He died. We partied at his funeral. It was fun. Back to the topic after the fun. Funeral, Sensei announced, follow me, we are going to the exam center, and we all did follow him. We changed into our hero costumes. I had them modified so the shoes were tighter than before but didn't eat my toes. I also had the sleeves removed so it looked like a huge tank top-like robe. All the teachers came and were given a partner. I'm only gonna give the changed ones. Midnight vs. Zero and Bakugo. All Might vs. Gaara and Todoroki Shoka. All Might vs. Yagi and Fukisaki. All Might was a beast, so he had 2 battles, but the first match was mine and Shoka's. The last match was Yagi and Aya's, so he had time to recover. No one POV. Izuku's match. Izuku was planning he could take All Might's temporary quirk, but then his secret would be out, so that was out of option. Izuku Finale came up with a plan and explained it to Shoka, who nodded in agreement though blushed at it. The match started and All Mights punched the city. A way opened up for him and he walked. Izuku had made a huge shield wall with extra hardened sand which not even All Might could break. They split up and waited on the rooftops of the building. All Might was looking around but didn't spot anyone. Shoka suddenly jumped down and made an ice slide. She covered All Might as ice and Izuku teleported down. All Might had Braiken out and Izuku smirked. He yelled, "Sand clone, times 10. And 10 other Izukus came. They ran up to All Might including Izuku, but then Izuku shouted, "Sexy jutsu." And they turned into a girl with assists and had sand covering her private parts barely. All the boys had a nosebleed and fainted, except the teachers. All Might smirked and said, "Showing illusions won't trick me, Gaara. I'm the mightiest." And Gaara said in her sexy form, "Who said anything about illusion?" All Might blushed a bit but regained his composure at the voice. All the 10 girls teleported and started to massage All Might. He blushed and stiffened. Gaara signaled Shoka and she used the biggest flame of fire in her life. It could compare to even Endeavor. The teachers, except Aizawa and Nizu, eyes widened and they started shouting at Shoka. All Might was burnt and could barely keep his eyes open. The girls turned to sand and gathered up at one place. The sand formed Izuku. Izuku had also learned to compress his sand now, so he didn't need the huge pot thingy. He smirked and All Might went unconscious. Izuku took him to the cage with Shoka leaving to the exit on Izuku's orders. Oh yes, Nizu had also made a cage that was supposed to hold either the teacher or the students. If the teachers went in, then the students would win and vice versa, so the cuffs were not a thing. Izuku then used Airwalk to flex and dropped All Might in the cage. He used Air Shot as fireworks to celebrate their victory with some sand in it so that it looked like it exploded. Then Izuku rewinded the metal into earth and then lava. He smirked and went to the observation room. Observation room. WTF was that? Was the thought of everyone there, even Aizawa and Nizu, except Ayaka. Izuku came in and they all bombarded him with questions. Izuku shut them up and explained, "I have got the power to give and take quirks." And they all laughed, all except Nizu, since he was the only one who knew truly about AFO. Izuku smirked and touched Aizawa. Aizawa slept with a thud on the ground. The teachers took stances and then Izuku waved his hands in the air. "I just took Sense's quirk since it affected him with insomnia, so he's asleep. Let me show you," and activated Erasure on Kirishima. "Kiribro, try to use your quirk. As you can see, my eyes are red and my hair is floating with me looking at Kiribro," Izuku ordered and explained. Kirishima tried but his quirk wouldn't activate. Izuku closed his eyes and Kirishima suddenly got hard. Not like that. He just activated his quirk. Izuku touched Denki and activated some low voltage of electricity while Denki was trying not to freak out because his quirk wouldn't activate. Aizawa was asleep and Izuku was using his quirk. Izuku sent his quirk back to him and Denki sighed in relief. Izuku asked and informed, "Now do you believe me?" "Of course you do, so I ask that you treat me normally. Don't worry, I won't abuse this power and only use my sand quirk during hero training." The teachers smiled and Class 1A also agreed. Ida cut all of them off by formally informing, "We promise that we won't treat you differently, Gaara, but I think we all can agree that we will be a bit wary of your new power." All of them nodded and All Might woke up to the loud cheering. Izuku also waked Aizawa up, who looked like a new man. He didn't have eye bags under his eyes even though the sleep was only like 2 minutes. "Thank you, child. That was the best sleep I have had in all my life," Sensei said. Katsumi's match. Zero was trying to come up with a strategy, but Katsumi was ignoring him till she shouted to cut off one of his theories on how to beat Midnight's. "Stop. Cover Midnight in your tape from head to toe. That should limit her quirk usage to only 2 points. That would be the top and bottom. I'll use my quirk to throw her in the cage. You just keep the cage open." The match started and Midnight came in hello. And whipped her whip. Katsumi grabbed Shiro and jumped out of the way and shouted, now, after landing in the ground. Not giving Midnight time to recover from her attack, Shiro wrapped her in his tape and Midnight released her quirk from her head. It was working because Midnight's forehead was showing she emitted the gas from there, so it spread out. While Katsuki was trying to shield them with the air force of the explosions, Midnight escaped and shouted, can't lose to two virgins now, can I? She whipped her whip and the duo moved out of the way. Midnight then maneuvered it to hit Katsuki. She pulled the Wayo and held Katsumi by the head. She released her gas and after taking some burns on, she felt Katsumi go limp. Midnight dropped Katsumi and then Katsumi pushed the ground with her legs to kick Midnight. Shiro wrapped her up in tape, not kissing an inch, and Katsumi delivered her to the cage. Ayaka's match. Ayaka and Izumi had teamed up. The latter was still trying to get the former's forgiveness while the former showing no signs of interest in it. She just wanted to get this over with, so she approached Izumi. Telekinesis, right? Izumi nodded and Ayaka explained, I suppose you can control two things at once since you have an S-ranked quirk. Use it on All Might's clothes and push him back. Open the door of the cage and I'll use Air Force on him. Izumi nodded again as she could hold 3 objects at once due to training now, and OFA also came into factor. All Might was seen jumping up. BD Izumi made her move. She opened the door and then used telekinesis to hold All Might off, and since he didn't wear anything non-embarrassing underneath, he stopped. Ayaka used all of her air pressure to throw All Might off into the cage, but All Might was resisting. He had already landed on the ground and gave a Detroit smash to send air pressure of his own. Unluckily for All Might, the air waves passed each other and collided from the sides, making a tornado that could swallow the whole ground. Ayaka used that tornado's air momentum and broke that tornado. She used the airflow to bend the airflow to collide with All Might, who was slammed in the cage. He fainted but soon woke up to the screams of Midnight, who was in Recovery Girl's office, taking the tape off from the last round. Not all of them had passed and that made most of them sad, but it was still good. Izuku POV. We were all outside with Aizawa. I still don't know if I should call him Uncle, Sensei, or straight up Aizawa, but since he is Aizawa, he would strictly say that I should call him Sensei. Since this is commenting, I can call him Aizawa. Hehe. Listen here, all of you. I know that some of you are thinking that you shouldn't be here, but it was another ruse, Aizawa explained. The class, mostly the failed ones, cheered but soon shut up when Aizawa continued. The failed students will have extra classes that, to be honest, will be worse than staying at home. With a sheet-eating grin, the failed ones shivered. They were Kirishima, Sato, Mina, and Denki. Class B arrived. A girl with teeth similar to Kirishima and green hair said, nice to meet you. Good to see you out of the festival. Guess we're not rivals after all. But the good moment had to be ruined by the blondie. Wait, I thought Bakug. Oh, never mind. It was the blondie of B, Monoma, I think. He shouted. 1A will not be on the same level as his dash, but was shut up rather late by Kendo, the class rep for B. Wait. Did I assign a president and vice for this? Izuku is the prez, Momo is vice. I had met her times for the meetings, which I didn't pay much attention to. Momo seemed interested and would brief me about everything. I was too lazy to make the announcement of the change of prez, so I just went with it. She asked for forgiveness and we separated to different buses. I was sitting beside Aya. I was sleeping and she was chatting with Sue, I think. Suddenly she asked, hey Aya, are you a virgin? Then eyes shot up and I sat straight up. Aya had a flushed face at Sue was, like always, curious beyond reason. Most of the class was shut now and waited for an answer. After an uncomfortable 3 minutes, I said, she is uncomfortable. Please go on with your questions and ask these questions in private with consent from a girl's boyfriend, if she has any. Sue nodded and Aya thanked me ferociously. The class was a bit disappointed. They tried to push the subject, which made me a bit mad. I think I need to remind them that I am their prez for a reason. It was voting. I guess I need to inform them that I could flip the whole bus and take their quirks. I gained a tick mark and held my palm up. It turned into sand and covered all the windows of the bus except the front. It also made a wall between the driven and Aizawa. It was only my fist. My eyes turned into Shikaku's with a hint of red sparkle, and I warned them with Shikaku's intimidating voice, shut up, and next time you make my girlfriend uncomfortable, you will be buried in sand without your quirks, understood? And they all nodded while sweating a lot, especially Katsumi since her quirk was based on sweat, and I removed the sand and my fist formed again. I had compressed quite a lot of sand around me and now I could hold the whole private beach in my body, and some more. It was 500 meters long with 50 meters wide, mind you. So I had a lot of sand, and not to mention all the glass in the bus with my rewind quirk. Izawa looked our way and looked at me standing, the class sweating and Aya smiling. He sighed since this has happened 3 times in this year. Every time the class only became more terrified. First it was just me turning my eyes into Shikaku's, next came the closed windows, then Shikaku's voice and now the red glint which made it extremely terrifying. Who knows what might happen next time. He just ignored the class and announced after a few minutes, "We are here." The class got out and we looked around. This doesn't look like a resting area. A car pulled up and I could see 2 girls in it. They did. A dance I think, and I only heard the end, cats. I didn't need to know what they said since Aya just said who they were, the wild wild pussycats. They were founded before we were born, so they have a lot of good experience. I think the blondie of the 2 girls didn't like what she said. She tried to hit her on the head but I interrupted with an air shot from my finger. I had been practicing accuracy with it so I had gotten pretty good with it. Also I found out that I could just stretch my arms however much I want due to me being sand and then shoot lots of air out. The blondie pouted and shouted, "Yeah, you're pretty cute," and I replied, "I'm taken," soullessly. Lately I had been getting less sleep since I found out I had insomnia, wow, and also wanted to practice my 3 new quirks. She pouted again and asked, "By who?" And Aya replied me. She sighed and we continued ahead. I realized this was another ruse and started walking towards the railing. "Guess he has the right idea," Brunette of the 2 old women said. They were all confused before I looked back and saw all of them running except Aya who just started flying up to avoid the catastrophe ahead. I jumped down and momentarily turned to sand that covered the road till the camp house before turning into myself in a second. I saw all of my classmates falling down. I caught them in my sand to soften their fall. "Thanks Midorobro," Kirishima said when I dropped them. They did some acting of getting hurt and I started walking away to the camp when I heard the female voice most like the blondie warning, "Make through the beast forest before noon or no dinner." They all had shocked faces and started to discuss things when Denki cheered, "We have nothing to worry about. But because Izuku is here." And all of the class laughed while agreeing. I informed, "I'm not. This is practice for a reason. I'm going my own way. I will help no one, not even Ayaka, so shut up, do whatever you want," while I was walking away. Looks like they decided to pointlessly plead me and Aya who also chose my way and went her own way. If you get what I mean. Ayaka was flying and I just used a small big of my sand to teleport there. It was a long walk/drive there and I teleported so I was earlier than even the teachers and the kid they had with them. They arrived and the 2 older women with the kid were shocked. Izawa answered, "Sand teleport, he is made of sand." And I turned my hand into a blade then cut off a finger which turned into a sand pile which could cover the kid with a women of the 2. I answered their more shocked faces, "Sand compress, I have sand worth of a whole beach in me." And they went wide-eyed. The kid gave me a glare which was kinda cute. I gave him a glare without Shikaku eyes or the darkness, only the red glint in my eyes. He shivered and I smiled a bit. "I can do better, kid. Don't test me." The blondie asked, "What can you do better?" Also, "I call dibs on you for tonight," with a curious face. I frowned and sent out my hand. She got covered by a sand dome with only a bit of light coming in from small holes. I made my face clear in the dome covering the blondie and glared at her, my full glare, and said, "No one calls dibs on me except Ayaka Fukusaki." She nodded very fast and I left her be. She looked absolutely terrified and Izawa sighed while massaging his nose bridge. And for all the class skipping, "Lazy people, it's the place between the nose and forehead, between the eyes." He ordered, "Don't do that to anyone." And I shrugged while Brunette was massaging Blondie and calming her. I informed them, "Oh, pussycats, what did you get in my quirk registry?" Brunette said, "I'm Mandalay, she's Pixie Bob, and we got sand manipulation." "That's it?" "Yes." "Why, I can also steal and give quirks. I currently have 3 more quirks that I stole. Air shot which I used on Pixie Bob, airwalk which you can guess and rewind. It can convert any non-living substance to its previous state. I can also create clones of myself with the sand if wanted, but I didn't steal that. I developed it." I bragged a bit. They all had shocked faces. Izawa just sighed and said, "Yes, He is overpowered, so I'm the only one in the world who can take him on since I can erase all his quirks. He even beat All Might. What? How? Pixie Bob shouted/asked. I turned into my girl form with sand barely covering me and instead covering the kids and Aizawa's eyes. Whoa, you're pretty big, Pixie Bob complimented. I turned back into my male form with clothes and took off the sand from the kid who was scratching it and Aizawa who was sleeping. We had made a deal that when I'm around, I will take his quirk away so he can sleep in peace. That also cost me insomnia due to the frequent times he visited our house for the luxury. I got f***ing infected by Aizawa for insomnia. Anyway, after half an hour, we were in the cabin sipping tea while Aizawa was sleeping without his quirk. Aya came in front of the door. How did I know that? Simple, I put third eyes everywhere and was monitoring them. One. I had also put one at the end and could see her landing. I opened the door and she came in after searching and finding the third eye. She also poked it and giggled since it hurt me. It was connected to me after all. She came in and sat down. They tried to talk to the kid. He tried punching her face but stopped when he saw me with my fingers turned into 5 blades. I did a cutting motion while glaring him with the red glint and I think he understood what it meant. He stopped and just ran away. Izuku POV. I was waiting for the teachers to come. They told us to wait for them at Tay Open Field. Now that I look at it, it's like an arena but smaller. They came out and Bruni Mandalay said, "We'll start the training from today, everybody." And all of them cheered except me, Ojiro, Shoji and Tokoyami. Blonde Pixie Bob said with an evil smirk, "You all with fight your class rep on a 1v21 I think." I smiled a sheet-eating grin at the same time as Aizawa and looked at the class. They absolutely horrified. Come on. It shouldn't be that hard. Mandalay was about to finish when I swept all of them off their feet except Aya. I used air shot to hit her head and then forcefully pushed her in the ground. Done. What should I do next? I asked. They were stunned except Aizawa. He said, "Take the day of with the kid, take him somewhere," and I nodded, then went to his room and knocked. "Who is it?" He shouted and I opened the door to see him on his tablet. "I was told to get you somewhere. Do you want to?" And he shook his head. I forcefully took him outside and informed, "Sunlight is good for you." I made a carnival with only rides for one person with 2 of my hands. I used the compressed sand around my body to make my arms so I had a full body in coup with less compressed sand. "Enjoy. Tell me which ride you want," I said. He looked in amusement and pointed at the roller coaster. I changed the track and it arrived in front of him. I asked, "What speed? Small, mild or fast?" He smirked and said, "Fidash," but I cut him off with starting the roller coaster. It was going around 100 kilometers per hour. You know the nitro? It goes 105 kilometers per hour. After the small yet fast ride, he looked dizzy. I chuckled and he pointed at the next one. It was simple bumper cars. I controlled 4 cars and he was in one. The full day, I did nothing except play with the kid. I got his name. It was Koda. After the day, he was tired and I made him a horse of sand. He was riding it while smiling and then I asked him, "Koda, why do you hate heroes?" He darkened his expression and told me about the water hoses and muscular. I cheered him up by saying that I would avenge them, but he replied, "It's not that. I feel like they left me alone, like they abandoned me. If I were to say that I could control your memories, then would you want me to modify them and make them like they were never a part of your life?" "And why?" "No, because I love them." "Exactly, they loved you like any parent does, and I'm assuming they knew what you felt like. They just didn't want it to happen to Core kids. Muscular was dangerous, but they stopped him at the cost of losing their lives. They made the decision of having one person feel that instead of 10 or 12, even if the one person was so close to them, they'd give their lives for him." He frowned for a bit then asked, "But why?" "Because that's what heroes do. They select the better option. They saved more people when they realized they couldn't defeat him. They saved others while sacrificing themselves." He nodded and I closed my third eye, which I had been keeping on class 1A. I reached the place where they were training to see Kirishima and Ojiro sparring, Dark Shadow's voice booming through a cave, huge blasts in the air which was making a tornado except that it was not hitting certain balloons which were dangerously close to them. A field in which Todoroki was sitting and manipulating the water with his half-hot half-cold quirk and much more. I took a happy Koda to the house and informed Mandalay of our conversation. She thanked me and I waved it off, then went to the class to see all of them were in the ground, panting. "Why doesn't the prez get to huff train?" "Yes." "Yeah." Huff huff why? Mina protested. I glared at them but Aizawa said, what was the first lesson UA ever taught you? With no response, Aizawa continued, there is no countdown in battle, you should always be prepared for it. Gaara took this to his mind and trained every day. He trained his quirk every day for the last year and that's why he is no flexible while using his quirk. He has the experience of nearly 20 years of battle, but that's only due to his sand clones, but the sand clones are due to Gaara's mind. That's why he didn't have the need to train. All of them looked at me in shock except Aya who didn't question anything. I decided to let my secret out about 1A. I have all the ways you could upgrade your quirk. If you need counseling about it then I'll be in my room, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., one student will get half an hour only. And their eyes sparkled with joy. They nodded and I headed to help Mandalay make diner with Blonde Dash. Pixie Bob. Izuku POV. I was walking down the hallway of the house camp thing where we live, and I suddenly heard crying. It didn't sound like Koda, he would just sob, but this is full-on crying. I went nearer and nearer the noise. When I came out, I looked around and saw babies. Aizawa was squinting his eyes, meaning he was frustrated beyond using his quirk and intimidation. In his hand, I saw a baby Katsumi. She looked at me and then giggled Aiken. Aizawa looked behind. This time I couldn't even turn to Sand to avoid him since I store so much. He looked relieved and then handed me the baby and said, you're handling the kids. They are at their usual spots of training. Bye. Then that meant they were all alone and probably crying. I spread out around 30 sand clones and they brought kids one after another. After all of them came, I was cringing. I can't handle these many kids. If you see, Aya looked so cutty. I took some photos so I could blackmail all of them into doing things for me. Of course I took them one by one so that my chance of blackmailing others didn't go. Sue came up and tucked my shirt. I knew I would have to be soft with them so I out up my best smile and looked down and asked, yes Ajui? She tilted her head and said, call me Tsun and I sweat. Have their quirks? Wind roared through the sand castle and most of the villains, without having the ability to move their limbs, were pressured into the opposite wall the wind was coming from. Then comes Gaara-sensei. And Izuku, no, Shikaka popped out from the ground, gave a roar and went down. He made the sand move the villains, popped out of the ground and flicked all of them across their foreheads, then looked at the mirror and gave a smile with a thumbs up. Everyone was amazed and Aizawa had recorded the full video just in case the students didn't remember this encounter and for showing Nizu so that Izuku could spar All Might and possibly get his license. He sent the video of an hour to Nizu who enjoyed every bit of it. Izuku popped his knuckles and neck, then took all of the sand in him with rewinding the glass. He had used Mimi's quirk for it with all the seats, so he just rewinded all of them since they were originally, technically, made of sand and they turned out too. He took all of the sand away and they were left in intense sunlight. The kids instantly roared with cheers and all of them complimented him. Shoka, Mina and Ayaka came up to him with certain requests. Shoka, can you tell me that I have a very good husband when I get normal? Mina, do you promise to be my husband when I grow up? Ayaka, Cici, could I be your bride when I grow up? He had to agree for all of them. One of them was a bit accurate too, so that their hearts didn't break and they got sad. Denki whispered in his corner, man, Gaara-sensei is getting all the girls, with a cute pout since he was still a kid. He gave all of them their quirks and sent the LOV away to prison without their quirks. They were given 20 years in which, honestly, almost all of them would die. Dabi, Smoke Guy, Moonteeth Guy and Muscular were given 60 equals lifetime sentences. Toga hadn't exactly ended, instead just injured people when her blood craving grew, Shigaraki, because he didn't do anything noticeable before USJ. Kurogiri on the other hand, he was given to Izuku for testing. He had a feeling that somehow Kurogiri was the Shirakumo guy since he was a Nomu and AFO had mentioned something about him in his file. He was given heavy security and special quirk restrained since he was missed. Izuku, a certain eventful day, inspected Kurogiri and found 2 quirks, Cloud and Mini Teleportation. AFO had just merged them so that the clouds held the teleportation property and since clouds could grow from anywhere, it made things a lot easier. Izuku had took the Mini Teleportation quirk out. It didn't affect him that much. He would come back tomorrow to see the results. No one POV. Everyone was in their classes today, except Izuku, that is. Class 1A remembered about them being children. They were discussing about it when Mina chimed in, "You should apologize to him for taking care of us, right?" while blushing a lot. And Shoka, who was just as much as red as a tomato, was nodding furiously. Katsumi and Ayaka were jealous for different reasons. Ayaka didn't want him to behave like that to others, while Katsuki wanted him to behave like that to her. Azui said, "He's surprisingly good at taking care of children." Achako commented on this, "Yeah. Fuki, you've hit the jackpot." "If only he knew how to cook," Ayaka mumbled. Izuku came in just after Aizawa and they looked at the class. The boys roared after seeing him except Shoto, Shoji and Tokoyami and went running to him. They commented different things about him, mostly good on how he used their quirks to take out the villains, and the girls just blushed at how fondly Izuku took care of them. He was just nodding his head whenever someone mentioned anything about the LOV. Mina stuttered, "Thank you for taking care of us, Gaara," and Izuku nodded without any expression. He just wanted to go in his seat and sleep. The girls grew embarrassed again at the thought, except Izumi and Ayaka, and Katsumi grew jealous for different reasons. Izuku nodded again and sighed in sync with Aizawa, and then they both went to their places. Izuku sat down but not before Ayaka kissed him on the lip after pulling his collar down, making all the girls pout except Izumi and Momo. Aizawa continued the class, and later, when the break started, Izuku went to his side and whispered, "Shirakumo, my lab, after school," and then went. Aizawa had wide eyes and ran to inform Mike, who nearly had a heart attack. He didn't see the need to inform Midnight, so he didn't. Izuku was in the cafeteria. He was quietly eating his katsudon when a certain B-classed blondie tried to hit him on the head with his plate. Instead, his head moved so that the plate didn't come in contact with the plate. Monoma scowled and actually tried to hit him. The head turned to sand and swallowed the plate. Izuku burped and said, "Excuse me, I'm suddenly full." Monoma's eye twitched as he realized that Izuku didn't even know about the incident that occurred. He tried to hit Izuku's head when the head turned sand suddenly swallowed him too but didn't digest him. Instead, Monoma was in a sewer in front of a certain brown animal raccoon with blue markings around his body. Outside, Kendo saw Monoma being swallowed in Izuku. She gasped and shakily made her way to Izuku. She heard him remark after Monoma was swallowed totally, to Ayaka, "Hey, do you have a bad taste in your mouth? Mine does. It tastes like very, very bad milk." Kendo couldn't help but laugh at that. She realized that Izuku didn't even realize what happened when he turned his head around and raised an eyebrow. She gathered her breath and said, "You swallowed Monoma and his lunch. Think you could send him back?" Izuku sighed in frustration, as could literally imagine what type of mental torture Shikaku is doing. As a live stream started in his mind, he swiftly sent Monoma back, who was shivering and on the verge of tears. Kendo gasped. Yes, she didn't like his attitude, but he was her classmate and she was the big sis of 1B after all. She looked at Izuku, who said one word, "Demon," and she frowned in confusion. He asked, "Want to meet him?" And she nodded. She saw Ayaka mumble, "Bad idea," and then shivered. She started questioning her life questions after Izuku held her hand and traveled in with her. Ayaka had went there before. She arrived and saw a majestic creature / raccoon in there. The monster looked their way and made a remark about her instantly. "Another one? Damn, Izuku, you got some girls." Izuku sighed and introduced, "Kendo, this is Shikaku." "Shikaku, Kendo, a girl and possibly a friend?" "Possibly." Itsuka just frowned at his words and was about to question him when Shikaku spoke up, "Oh, whatever, get out of that damn insecurity, kid." Itsuka frowned more. "What insecurity?" When Izuku hacked her hand and went out, then said, "Sorry, he changes when people come to meet him." Itsuka nodded and was about to leave when Izuku held her hand and ordered, "No one knows what happened in there, all right." With a bit of intimidating aura around him, she was concerned but nodded nonetheless. Izuku let go and went away to Ayaka with a hand in his pocket. Itsuka didn't speak about it but still was concerned. She also noticed that Class 1A and squads, but Izuku was in one. There was the Baku squad and To-Do squad with Silent squad. The others weren't in ones but still talked to each other, squads talking to each other more frequently. Izuku, on the other hand, was again thinking about his insecurity. What if his friends were fake? What if they only talked to him due to pity? What if the Yagis, Todorokis, and Bakugo were just acting and didn't like him? Was all that was going through his mind. He went to his lab after school, got over to find Kurogiri making some vodkas and beers. He greeted, "Hello, Kurogiri," and he greeted back. Izuku announced, "You're not back, I see." I would disagree. I do have my memories back, it's just that my personality was kept the same. Shirakumo's personality did die. I don't think he will be able to come back. I'm truly sorry. Kurogiri apologized as he bowed. Izuku thought for a bit and then waved it off and asked, "Do you remember what kids you were trying to save when you died?" Actually, it was not 5 or 6 kids. It was only one. She was a girl named Eri. She was being taken from her parents and was around 2 years old. She was being taken by a guy named Overhaul. She must be 7 now. It's 5 years since the incident. In this EU, Shirakumo died only 5 years before. Izuku nodded and sent half of the beach's sand in the form of third eyes around the city. Aizawa burst through and asked, "What about Shirakumo problem child?" Izuku explained every detail and the 3 of them, though wanted to go and hang out, separated due to Kuro Shirakumo's crimes. They did hire a very good lawyer for his case who was none other than Tsukachi. Talk about multitasking. Izuku POV. We were in class when Aizawa came in and started, "Hey, come follow me, we're gonna develop some special moves for you guy," and the class cheered. Aizawa glared and continued, "Ectoplasm and Cementosss will accompany us during this lesson. If you're done with your super moves then tell Ectoplasm, he'll help you." All of us nodded and followed Aizawa. We reached the gym and went to the changing rooms for our costumes. Hen came out to see a modified area with pillars and a clone on every one of them. I went to the highest pillar since no one could reach it and talked to Ectoplasm. "I already have 2 moves figured out." He replied, "Demonstrate," and I said, "Ryoiki Tenkai, Sand Demon's Castle," and he was surrounded in a sand sphere. I explained it can expand or shrink as I please. I can also use the stolen quirks from here, and showed him with using air shot in it, hitting the clone on the leg. Its leg regened and it called me down. I de-transformed and used air walk to go up. I said this is not much of a super move but rather counter move. I call it absolute parry. He nodded and I started with an example. I made a clone with the quirk of air shot and he went beside Ectoplasm's clone. My clone shot air shots at me and I switched off then airwalk except on my toes, so I spun back and used the momentum to reach the clone and touched it, and then I'll take his or her quirk. Ectoplasm nodded and said, "I would say develop another move," and I started thinking. Then after 3 minutes, I got an idea. I call it point blank. I'll need at least 5 people ganging on me for effectiveness, and he called more 3 clones. They ganged on me and jumped at me. They piled on me and I said point blank, then exploded. Spikes came out of the clones and they died. I was deemed good and was left. When I reached my lab, Shirakumo greeted me and I nodded. I checked on my third eyes and they had found nothing. I called all of them back and made 30 clones. That's the most I could do for now before using my own body for a sand clone. I gave 15 of them air walk, 10 air shots and 5 rewind. I don't know how rewind could help in sneakiness. I spread them out and went to relax. Suddenly I got a message. Someone called Night Eye had made contact with my clone. Apparently he was also investigating Overhaul. I shifted my conscious to that clone and went to Night Eye. I could shift my conscious to other clones but can't control my quirks. This clone unluckily had rewind. After reaching him, I called, "Excuse me, are you Night Eye? And is your agency trying to go after Overhaul dash?" Before I could finish my sentence, I felt a hand on my mouth which made me shut up. Night Eye tried to look me in the eyes and look at my future, but it didn't work since these were eyes made of sand. "How do you know about that and why isn't my quirk working on you?" I decided to answer him after he took Mai to his agency. He had an intern there from UA but he was out for patrol so it didn't bother me. I said, "Hello, my name is Izuku Gaara, first year at UA and I have my license so don't worry. I was investigating Overhaul since I had found that he was holding a girl named Eri captive. This is my clone and I have simply shifted my conscious here so it didn't affect if I was caught, but I wanted to talk to you." Night Eye nodded and said, "I'm investigating on him so I have enough evidence to lock him. You have just told me that he keeps a girl captive. I'm guessing she's young?" I nodded and he continued, "We have enough evidence to give a raid on him. If he is abusing her with torture and experimentation, he is going to jail for a good 50 years. A/N child abuse equals 10 years. Torture equals 30 years. Experimentation equals 10 years. I nodded and bowed then left. I shifted my conscious back to my real body and then stood up. I was on a beanbag. I went to the kitchen to see all of them were here and tired. I smirked and asked, "Food?" "Anything." I started making katsudon. After successfully doing it, with Aya's instructions, I served it using the sand and sat down. All of them shouted, "Itadakimasu." and started eating like they didn't eat anything in 5 days. They passed out except Shoka and Izumi after eating. I smiled and started washing the plates. Izumi came to me and asked, "Why were you here, Gaara?" And I answered, I had already done 3 super moves and perfected them. One was the Ryoiki Tenkai. Second one is the absolute parry. I use my air walk just on my toes so that I spin and shoot the attacker with air shot. I prefer not showing you the rest of my card. She nodded and started going away before I called her Tay. You can call me Oni-sama if you want. I guess she cried because after almost pouncing on me, I felt wet on my shoulder where her face was. Don't cry, your makeup will get ruined. I heard a chuckle and yeah, okay. I changed my sand for the dry one with the wet one where Izumi's tears were there and looked behind. Izumi was just going to disappear to the girls' dorm with Shoka, and she did after a second of me looking behind. I picked Aya up and then took her up and placed her our dorm bed. I went back and took everyone on my sand. Denki had gotten Kirishima since both their dorm mates had gotten expelled. I placed everyone in their dorms since mostly all of them had keys in their pockets, and if they didn't, then I used the sand to make a clone at the opposite side of the dorms who unlocked it. I locked all of their dorms with clones and went to the spy clones. I only have the sand in my gourd now. It was only used for emergencies or if I was out of sand in a special circumstance. That's why I still had sand left. I started looking at all of the sand clones but didn't get anything till one. He was looking directly at Overhaul. He had rewind. I quickly sent an airshot clone and airwalk clone there. The closest ones arrived and the airwalk decided to take the lead. I merged airshot in him just in case and made him cover his mouth and hair with the tattoo. It followed Overhaul and I started writing everything with the recorder I gave the clones made by Mei Hatsum. She was in the support department and did things. Things which Ayaka didn't like. Like feeling my body. Until I hated it too. The cameras were small and could stick to anything as long as it was the size of the camera. Luckily the camera was only 1 centimeter so I had the clone stick it to Aries' room. The camera also as a mic and speaker. I could play calming music and slowly but surely send some sand and make a clone, then shift my conscious there. Izuku POV. I was up all night thinking what would calm children. I decided a small animal would do the work so I spent a day mastering creating a fake animal, but what if she got too attached with it? No, I couldn't risk it. Now, instead of spending another night with me, in insomnia, I asked Aya and she said a mother or father. I was already a master of cloning myself, so I went with father because in case I end up adopting her, I want her to love me more so I have something to boast to Aya. I sent some sand to her place and she was currently sleeping. When the transformation happened, she started to wake up. She was on guard. I noted. The girl woke up and she looked scared at the clone. I quickly shifted conscious and sat down far away from her. She asked, "WHA are you?" And I smiled. "It's okay, I want to rescue you so I want your help too, okay?" And she didn't look convinced. She asked, "Why do you want to rescue me?" I smiled and said, "Because you're very cute and I want to see you smile." She looked down with tears and said, "And no, I'm cursed and my quirk is very bad." I frowned and slowly approached her then asked, "Can I hug you?" She looked a bit scared then asked, "You won't hurt me?" I smiled and answered, "Never," and she nodded. I hugged her very softly so that she didn't get hurt. I thought of using a healing quirk on her but I didn't have one on me. I then tried to go away but I felt a strong grip on me and saw Eri clutching on me very hard. I smiled and sat down for a hug. I shifted my conscious to my good self and then ran to Recovery Girl. I thought of using her quirk on Eri. I did explain successfully and she let me take her quirk. I put a bit sensation on my left hand on my real body so that Recovery Girl could inform me if a patient comes. I made a clone with that quirk and then made it into sand. I sent the clone to the Yakuza base and then shifted my conscious to Eri. She was still hugging me. I just strengthened the hug when I felt wet on my shirt. After a while, I saw the sand clone I sent from my real body and absorbed it into me and got the healing quirk. I used the quirk on Eri and she said, "Feel sleepy?" And I placed her on the bed then said, "Don't worry, I will be here. Just touch my finger if you want to talk to me and I'll wake up, okay?" And she nodded then asked for the millionth time, If I wake you, then you won't hurt me?" And I sighed and shook my head. She went to sleep, shouldn't have expected a smile. I shifted my conscious back there and then gave Recovery Girl her quirk back. I thanked her and then went to search for a pain nullification quirk. After a while, I came home empty-handed but felt a poke on my finger. I remembered about Eri and my promise, then ran to my dorm, licked it and went on the bed, then shifted my conscious to the Eri clone. I opened my eyes and saw Eri on the bed with her knees to her chest and hugging herself. I cleared my throat, to which I got the opposite response I wanted. She jumped and went to hide under the bed. I said, "Eri, it's mean," and her head peeped out from behind the sofa. It honestly looked cute, so I couldn't help but laugh. She tilted her head and it looked more sight. I just said, "You're so cute." She lowered her head and asked, "Is it a bad thing?" And then I waved my hand and said, No, it means that T-dash? It means that you look good," and she nodded her head. We talked some more and then had our cuddle session. She slept and so shifted my conscious over to my real body again and thought about her quirk. It's honestly a good quirk, but she doesn't like it. Maybe I could take it away from her? No, I want her to realize that she has a good quirk. It may also seem like she would be very insecure about it and never like it. Then maybe I could take it? But what to give her? A healing quirk unlike her original quirk and a constant pain nullification quirk. Though I would have to edit some bit of the pain nullification so that she can feel hugs and warming things. Okay, that's decided then. I'll change the clones to search for those specific quirks on lifetime prisoners. I did what I thought and got the pain nullification with the healing quirk rather quickly in the prison. At this point, I had a pass for taking quirks that allowed me to only take quirks of villains, and that too lifelong prisoners. After a bit, I was walking home from the prison and got a call. I saw it and found Night Eye calling me. I took the call and greeted hello. Hello Gaara, I wanted to talk about Eri. We are having a raid on the Yakuza and I prefer of your assistance. What? You don't even know my quirk. And let's just say that I have contacts. That being All Might and Nizu? Sighs, I knew it. Don't talk about or with All Might in front of me and we'll be good. And may I ask why? I think I'll say that when I meet you at the agency. Very well, when will you be coming? Tomorrow at nearly 3 p.m., if that's not an issue. Then, okay, it's fine. But I hung up and went to my dorm, hoping that everything was fine with the lecture. I wasn't needed to attend the hero classes since so had maxed out my potential and had an investigation to do. I went to my dorm and saw Aya. I waved at her and she ran to me and said with a pout, "Hey, we don't hang out very often nowadays." I rubbed the back of my head and apologized. "I'm sorry, let's go on a date tomorrow." She smiled brightly and nodded. "Tomorrow 3 p.m., don't be late." And ran off. I sighed and decided I would explain tomorrow about me going to night. I really didn't want to cancel our date but was going to have to since I had to explain about me to him with planning Eri's rescue. I couldn't breath. And no theories till the next 3 chapters or everyone's reading will be ruined. You can comment but not theories about this story. No one POV. Izuku spent the next day in school trying to talk to Ayaka, but she was not exactly willing to. She was just super happy with and for her date and couldn't stand in one place. In the end, Izuku couldn't do anything except text her about the cancellation, though it's different that she didn't read it till it was too late. It was after school. Izuku was walking to the agency and did what he wanted to with Night Eye. Though, for the first time, we won't be focusing on our protagonist, we will look at his companion, Ayaka Fukasaki. She was ready and humming. She hadn't seen Izuku, so she was a bit curious as to where he was. Maybe a surprise? Maybe something came up delaying him? Whatever it was, he just better show up to the date. She had something important to say to him since their session a month ago. She wore a dark blue dress with some yellow and black flower designs at the bottom of the dress and combed her hair straight. After doing makeup, she stood up and went near the gate to wait for her boyfriend. After almost 15 minutes, she frowned and opened her phone. She scrolled through it and a news notification caught her eye. Prisoner escapes from a local station dash, but she ignored it and saw a message. Yesterday's Sandmonster. Hey Aya, I couldn't get a hold of you today, so I just wanted to say that I can't go on our date. I have something important to do. But Ayaka slapped her head. How could she be so avoiding of him? She sighed and decided to just take a walk around the city and amuse herself since she got permission to go out. She was walking near a cafe. It was her favorite one since it served very delicious pizza. She was walking near an alley when somebody held her mouth and dragged her in. Having such a versatile quirk, she pushed the attacker out of her grip. The attacker smirked and said with an unsettlingly familiar voice, "You're strong after all. I'm gonna have fun with you," and looked up. She widened her eyes and rubbed them to make sure what she saw was true. Sandy blonde and spiky hair, ruby red eyes and a very prideful smirk. Bakugo Katsuki was here. Izuku POV. I came back from my talk with Night Eye. He was very angry with All Might and Magneti. OBTW, Magneti had retired and now worked only for UA now. She still had her license though, so her rank dropped very fast to number 50 or something. I went back to the dorms and entered mine and Aya's. She was presumably outside, but where? Wait, she did see my message, right? What if she didn't? I took out my phone and messaged her, but no reply came for half an hour. I quickly texted on the GC of one alien. What's that nickname, Todoroki? I burnt myself. What's the problem? Sandmonster, I can't find Ayaka. Pika, what a convenient way to add yourself in the chat. Earphones, you're missing the point, dumbass. Sonic's ripoff, no cussing. Sandmonster, Ayaka's missing dumb sheets and you're talking about this. Sonic's ripoff, no cussing. Sandmonster, shut up. Mom, anyone's with Fuki? Alien, nope. Earphones, carrot. Thumbs, carrot. Sugar addict, carrot. Everyone else, carrot. Mom, can't help you, Gaara, sorry. Sandmonster, fit. Sonic's ripoff, no cussing. Sandmonster is fed up and went offline. Can't see me, I didn't know they added these things too. But I paced around my room and thought of all the places she would be in. Where could she be? She's not even answering my calls or texts. Suddenly, I heard my phone rings and picked it up to see Aya calling me. I sighed in relief and accepted the call, then yelled, "Where were you? Hill, where are you? Why weren't you answering my calls?" I heard a voice. It wasn't Aya's voice. It was familiar. The voice, "Oh, your girlfriend and just tied up in front of me, Deku. Katsuki. What do you want with her? Face me if you want. She has nothing to do with us." Huh? No way. I'm gonna RP her till she's unconscious, torture her till she begged to die. Find me if you can, Deku, and he cut the call. I was fuming with rage now. I went to Shikaku for help and entered the mindscape to see him. He said, "Hey kid, been a while, huh?" Yeah. I'm sorry about that, I have come to seek help. Of course you have, you do nothing but want my help. You know, I was surprised when I heard you say I was your friend. Sorry, I'm not helping you. I was dumbstruck. Why had I been ignoring him? He was my friend. I'm no better than All Might. I sighed and mumbled, "Sorry. I'll try to be better from now," and left the mindscape. I heard Shikaku snort and then he went to sleep. I made around 30 clones from sand and around 100 with twice quirk to spread out and search for her. I then remembered Ragdoll's quirk. I ran to Aizawa's dormitory. He had a dormitory with the teachers, so they stayed near the grounds too. I knocked on the door and Cementosss opened the door. "Gaara? What are you doing here?" And I replied the fastest I could, "Aya's been taken by Katsuki Bakugo. I need to find Aizawa-sensei," and he widened his eyes and nodded, then let me pass but nor before saying his dorm location. I assumed he said the information to all the teachers and I knocked on the door of Aizawa, more like pounded on the door. His voice reached my ears saying, "K Vlad, B class is better dash." I sighed and yelled, "It's me. Now come out and help me go to the Pussycats cave so I can take that search quirk for a bit." It seems he was shocked since he quickly shut up and opened the door. The look on his face said, "Explain," and I did. Everything about Ayaka and Katsuki. He nodded and I flew there. If someone from the ground saw this, they would see a sand cloud cause that's the shape I had took. After 10 minutes of me going in my top speed, I landed and Aizawa jumped out of the cloud and we ran in. Oh, did I forget that he was riding me? Yes, for a bit. I slammed the door and the door opened. I saw Mandalay and Aizawa explain the whole situation. I was given permission to take her quirk and took it. I focused on Aya after she said on his to search for a person and saw a going of white light get far away. I told them, "I see a white light, it's a small speck though." Ragdoll's voice said, "That's where Fukasaki is then." And I sent some clones in that direction just to be safe that I don't lose her. After switching off the quirk, I gave it back to Ragdoll. I nodded in farewell and I took Aizawa on the sand cloud again. It was like Goku riding his flying Nimbus cloud, but the cloud was bigger and Goku was tiny. The clones I sent alerted me that they found the base and I informed that to Aizawa-sensei. He said, "Wait, go to you." Izuku POV. I changed course and headed to you. Aizawa whispered quietly, "T's problem child." The first year hero course has provisional license exam and I just gave a grunt of agreement. Slowly it turned to deep thought and the realization. Vlad King and Aizawa can't come to Aya's rescue. He sighed, "Sorry," and I nodded, "It's fine. I'll do it myself, I'll make your clone." And I did. The clone appeared beside Aizawa and I said, "Now you can go to class 1A, and I couldn't hear a response. He gave a chuckle after a few minutes and asked, "Problem child, how long can this clone live?" Forever till it gets hurt." He chuckled. It slowly turned to a laugh for 2 minutes and then said, "Then I can just send this to the exam center. I just have to observe after all." And I asked, "So you can come?" And he hummed in agreement. I smiled and seemed my pace. "We can rescue Ayaka with the help of Aizawa." "Who's the other person you're talking about?" "You, of course. I can make your smaller version, and if you want, you could stay like that forever. Of course I'll still have my abilities and your soul will still be in my mind, so you have no worries if you're smaller and physical version." "In a sense, you can do that?" "Yep, Ago really improved my quirk." "You're not so, and here I thought that you would forget about me in a sec after you left the mindscape." "Nah, no way, we're friends. And it's my mistake that I left and ignored you." "All right, I accept your apology. Now focus on the task at hand." I smiled and raced up even more and we were here. I dropped Aizawa and his clone down and Aizawa explained what to do to his clone. He grumpily agreed and went to the real Aizawa's class. Aizawa gathered all the remaining teachers and they all sat on me. I had made an airplane sort of structure and started flying. Though the structure was made of sand, it was pretty comfortable. The teachers made a plan and Nizu explained all of that to me. We knew the base's interior and structure since it was an old warehouse type of thing. It was considered to be very dirty and had 2 large openings. Wonder why he chose that spot. I reached that place and made my voice echo through the plane. Landing, "I'll now strap your seatbelts," and I made Sand do it. Midnight was in awe with the other teachers and I landed. We ran out and I was making myself with sand till I was done. I bent the metal with the sand pressure and after I cleared it, I went in and then used cremation to light up the dark place. After that, I couldn't see any living being inside. I just saw a table with straps and some stains just below the table. Nizu came up and determined the situation. Katsuki, sadly, are at Ped.S. Fukusaki, so the stains. She couldn't do anything since she was strapped by Quirk erasing cuffs. Hard to find in local areas but common in prisons. Seems she was tortured as well, so the red stains on the wall. "Sorry Izuku, that we couldn't help you dash." The rest was muffled. I couldn't bear it any longer. Ayaka was being tortured by Katsuki just because I had an E-ranked quirk. Maybe it would have been better if I just tried suicide again, but that won't help anyone now, so I'll have to live for her. Maybe I'll end Katsuki on the run. Fuck, I forgot about Eri. But why didn't she touch me all this time? I'll check later. Kid, you forget things very fast. I know. You should remind me. Not that it's your fault. I know it's not my fault, so go and search for her. I did that on purpose. I mute my talk with Shikaku and then looked at Aizawa. I guess he knew I was talking about going to Ragdoll again, so he replied, "First, her drawback is that she can't use her quirk again for about 2 to 3 days." I stiffened up and let a low growl escape my lips. I asked in my mind. "Can't, no use unless one of your clones find it. I do search through everyone now and then though." Fuck. I stomped away to not before fuck. Magnetti tried to talk to me again. Lease dash. Shut up, Aya's not here to calm me down, so please don't talk to me or God knows how many torture techniques I have. She shivered a bit then nodded slowly. I sighed and ran to you. During each run, I got a call from Night Eighth Gaara. "We got the needed proof to put Overhaul in prison. We are conducting the raid tomorrow and I would like your help." "Sure, I'll be there. I know the location so don't worry." "Okay, be at Overhaul's base at 10 a.m. tomorrow." I grunted as a reply and cut the call. I reached my research lab and sat down. Oboro asked, "Rough day?" My girlfriend got kidnapped and is probably being tortured. Yes, it's a rough day, I replied as I sent out more sand clones from the sand of the plane and twice Quirk too. So, stamina training was going very well. Oboro nodded and wished I wanted to help too, and I suddenly got an evil idea. I asked, hey, you're free from all the crimes you did, right? Yes, actually, Shota hired a very good lawyer. Then, we are going tomorrow to help a girl named Eri. I want you to be her papach, so you'll have to make a very big impact on her. Why not yourself? You are if legal age. Not interested, too much work, I forget too easily toots. He chuckled and handed me a drink. I gulped it in one go and Kiri came to me. Hey bro, did you find Fukasaki? I sadly shook my head and he paid me on the back. Did I forget to mention that I turned my research lab into a part-time bar with Oboro as my employee? Well, I tend to forget things easily. And totally not my quality carrot. I was also making a lot of money, so that was good. At least I have some kind of hob so Fukasaki doesn't get totally mad at me when she comes back. Izuku POV. I got up from my bed. No, I wasn't asleep, I was just laying there, wasting my time, waiting for something. When I felt a touch on my thumb, I knew it was Eri, so I shifted my conscious and looked around. The walls were messy with blood and Eri was almost crying. I was shocked and sat on my knees then hugged her. What happened? He took me to the lab for a WW week and broke down. My anger fueled and she then said a new member came. She had an explosion Quirk. I connected the dots. Katsuki must have met Overhaul. Then Overhaul recruited him and took Ayaka too. I queried to the shaken-up 5-year-old child, did they say anything about a girl? Why, CC called Nae-sama a PP product and with that, I finally burst. But I couldn't do that in front of a child, so I quietly said, Eri, this was my clone, can I go for a bit and get my real body? She gasped and then slowly but surely nodded. I smiled at her and then whispered thanks, and then left to my real body. I stood up and anger fumed through me. I screamed at the top of my lungs and then made my way down. Everyone from Class 1A was there and they were very still. Over time, I was training them in bloodlust awareness and I, myself, was sending inhumane amounts of it. I wanted Overhaul, Katsuki and all of the Yakuza. It wasn't time for the raid but I didn't care. I just made my way to the base and sent a tsunami of sand to make my way. All of the people in the Yakuza were shocked, and one shouted, hey, wasn't the raid supposed to happen at 10? It's only 9. Guess they knew about it. Everyone rushed out to see me. They laughed till I smiled very dangerously. I stretched my right arm and used air shot in it. Needless to say, the path cleared for me rather quickly and all of them were now guts and organs. I went in and sensed for my clone, once I was directly above it. I punched the ground and fell down, not before I ordered my clone to shield Eri. The ground broke and so landed right on top of the solid sand dome. I cleared the area and deformed the dome. All the knowledge of the clone rushed in me. Eri looked at me and I smiled. She smiled too. She smiled and ran to me for a big, and when she did, she commented, you're warmer than the clone. I chuckled and then said, come on, we have to rescue one more girl before we escape. She nodded and I made my way. I knew I shouldn't ask her questions but they were needed to find Aya. I roamed around and heard a scream, followed by a moan made by a man. I got furious and kicked the door open. I made sure to clone Eri's eyes and mouth before that happened because I saw a man with arrows formed in his hair with Ayaka. She looked at me and then she screamed, I can't take another one. I grew confused, but snapped out of it an instant when I was almost poked by an arrow. The guy looked at me and noticed. I smiled menacingly and threw sand at him. He dodged and I was beside him. Boo. He jumped behind, seemingly forgetting the spikes I made there, and stabbed himself. I gave him hyper regen and his skin would tear every time it regenerated because of the sand ribbing against it. He screamed and it was melody to my ears. I burned out the tape and smiled at Ayaka. I finally found you and made her some clothes and gestured here, wear them, and held it in front of Aya. She jumped back. This was really confusing me. Who are you? I stiffened up, shocked, and then replied, it's me. Izuku. Your boyfriend. And she made a confused face. I was dumbstruck when I heard a chuckle. I turned back to see Katsuki eating Bakugo. He simply replied, I had Overhaul modify her memory. She only remembered that she was here for around 3 years, she never met you either and she was kidnapped, and something just snapped inside me, sand started to form around me on its own and Shikaku said you finally achieved that form. Everything grew dark and I faced my 2 arms to him, all the sand in me stood to him and he yelled, "How is der impact?" But it did nothing, I just whispered sand coffin and all the sand froze him in place. I slammed 2 of my hand together and all the sand blasted, his blood was on my face, I licked it and it tasted good. Bad thing I couldn't torture him, oh wait. I touched Eri and took her quirk then a horn grew on my forehead and I reversed his back into living. And he looked around. I said you're welcome before capturing him again, but this time. I first punctured his eyes. He screamed. Then I plucked his nail. He screamed. I cut off his toes. He screamed more. I slowly sliced his member. He screamed the loudest till now. I made 5 clones, all raped him. He screamed the lost he could. It was melody to my ears and so almost grew crazy, if not for the fact that Eri and Ayaka were hugging each other. I stopped and sliced his head off then turned to them, sorry, I got carried away. By the way Eri-chan, I took away your quirk okay? So you're not a curse anymore, I'll give you another one don't worry and she nodded, still scared of me. Ayaka whispered in her ear, is he actually nice like you said? He was toward a dash, but before she could finish, I closed her mouth with sand, no bad words in front of the child, she nodded and I removed the sand very fast because who knows. I went to touch Ayaka and hold her hand to pick her up but I could feel her breathing growing rapid with every time I went closer to her. In the end, I didn't pick her, instead signaled them to follow me, so they did. I was walking through the hallways before Ayaka whispered, I heard Aya about my memory going. Was I good before? The best, I loved you till death and I was feasted when I found out you were kidnapped. She smiled and said I'm glad. It saddened me to see her this way. I asked, do you know about you? And she nodded like a 5-year-old girl who didn't go through a traumatic experience. It's the best hero school. I always wanted to go there. You're in class 1A with me and she gasped, that's so cool. I wish I could remember. And I sighed. I remembered about Eri's quirk still in me and how I could reverse her. I asked, hey Ayaka, I can reverse your mind and body so that you can remember everything. Do you wanna? Yes. Okay, stay still, I ordered and she did. I kept my hand on her forehead and soothed Eri's quirk, who was kind of freaking out since she always thought of her quirk as a curse. After the process, I removed my hand and she opened her eyes. She had a shocked look and quietly but audibly said, I remember my treatment here. My eyes widened and then I regained my composure. Can't do anything, let's go. Outside, it would look like I'm very calm, but I was freaking out inside. Shikaku, what the hell? Wasn't Eri's quirk supposed to reverse things? How did it happen? Izuku POV. I was walking around and suddenly heard sirens. Well, more like one of my clone did. I even put a clone worth of sand near Ayaka and Eri as a precaution and that clone had cremation so they were safe. I closed his eyes and looked through the clone's eyes. I saw the raid starting and stiffened as I got a call. I hesitantly picked it up. Gaara, where are you? A familiar voice of Night Eye said. Well, let's just say you'll find out if you come in the base. What do I dash? I got it, I'm coming. Okay, I'll search for overhaul till then, I replied and suddenly the walls started moving. I realized it was Mimic from the 8 Precepts of Death. He shouted Ryoiki Tenkai, users will. And I smirked, then shouted Ryoiki Tenkai, Sand Demon's Castle. And the sand stored in me blasted out. It raced with the walls and eventually found Mimic. I dragged him out of there and he was in my domain. He looked around and stuttered, it can't be. I just smirked and held my hand out. His quirk wasn't that useful so I just cut his head off. I removed the domain and placed the sand clones back near Ayaka and Eri in the form of jewels or just around their body. The sand clones had turned to shield to protect them from the blast of Izuku's sand. I walked more and eventually stepped into a room. It was very clear and Overhaul was standing in the middle of it. Without wasting any time, I fired air shots with cremation's fire in them. He dodged them and placed his hand on the floor and snarled, didn't think you would be this fast, kid. But sorry to inform you, I'm stronger, he said as he touched some dead bodies on the floor. I looked carefully and they turned out to be the people I had ended. He merged with all of them and turned into a gigantic hideous monster. He yelled, "Give I back." I smirked and got in a stance. I jumped up with air walk and sand manipulation to boost my jump. Then I saw Izumi jump up with OFA. I made a twin me but smaller with rewind. The mini me went to Izumi and clung on. It said something and started using his quirk. When Izumi grew yellow and green sparks around her, she jumped up and went to overhaul. She went for a punch. Note, it's not infinity % that Izumi is using, she is only using 100%, unlike Izuku who unlocked infinity % and used it against overhaul. Overhaul sent 2 arms in front of himself and blacked the punch fueled by explosions. Izumi threw a very floppy kick. I wondered what was going on with her since even she is not that floppy. Uraraka suddenly arrived. She touched Ryukyu who was in her dragon form and Ryukyu flies towards Overhaul, but even she wasn't big enough to take down Overhaul. I defied myself and started turning the compressed sand into a very large clone. It had all the quirks since I was inside the sand clone. I ran to him and his widened eyes grew a fearful look when I faced him my palm and sent out blue flames. He yelled in agony but stopped, and when I stopped, I saw a yellow barrier shielding him. I suddenly felt drowsy but still went on. I used rewind in him to unform his huge form. But he grew back quickly. I felt the drowsiness go. I went for a punch but he blocked it and used almost all of his arms to send a huge blast. I blocked it but my sand got bruised. No worries since I quickly recovered and kicked Overhaul into the air. I jumped up and touched him to get all the quirks with my bare hand, not the sand one, and quickly hurried myself deep into the clone. The clone, which I will refer to me and I, sent all of the cremation fire and touched Overhaul again while he was dizzy to turn him into a marble, courtesy of Mr. Compress. But just before that I felt some rock hit my head, it just a lot but it wasn't much so I ignored it. I jumped down but not before deforming myself into my normal size and laid on the ground, a bit exhausted since I came up with a huge clone in my mind at that exact moment. I didn't know this much of my stamina would go and I felt dizzy so I slept for a while. I really felt happy about Eri and concerned about Ayaka since she still has the memories of the experiments including all of the past events, and I mean all, it's just that somehow the memories of her here stayed in her mind, but other than that she was normal, or so I thought. I suddenly had a headache and it kept pounding and pounding my head. But I couldn't do anything. No one POV. It was 2 days after the Overhaul incident and Izuku hadn't woken up yet. He was sleeping from the past 2 days and all of 1A was getting worried about their class rep. Ayaka had regained her memory, everything, from when she met Izuku to her treatment in the Yakuza base and her rescue. She didn't trust anyone now except Eri and Izuku. She would get panic attacks if someone even touched her and she became claustrophobic. In the end, Ayaka stayed along with Eri in her dorm room and Aizawa would send the notes for everything. She slowly started to trust Aizawa and eventually did, but it was a month later the Yakuza incident and Izuku still hadn't woken up to the outside. In the mindscape of one boy with a demon, Izuku was in his mindscape from when he fought Overhaul and slept, and he was training. He had Tauken to Shikaku before and found it useless to try and wake up. He couldn't even summon Shikaku outside his mindscape. He had all the quirks he took from AFO so at least it wouldn't be boring. He sat down and made a TV out of sand and switched it on. He used the already outside clone to see things, and he stayed there for almost 3 months. Not that the others knew. Izuku POV. I'm BOAE. I shouted for the 10th time, Shikaku sighed, I know kid. Train, and I nodded and sat up from the makeshift sandbean bag and faced away from the TV so that I didn't destroy or harm the only entertainment I have. First, I put on a fireworks show with cremation, compress, and air shot. Then I muscled myself up and jumped around. I used cremation on my sand armor that I still had and punched a clone made from twice Quirk. I made around 100 clones of Shigaraki and destroyed all of them and then sighed, now I'm even. I'm a dash. What's up? Fight me. Please. Shikaku sighed and nodded, and then I removed him from his jail cell. We got in our stances and I gave Shikaku some sand and I shouted 3, 2, 1, go. We rushed at each other and he tried to sweep me from his tail. I used the muscle fibers on myself and then jumped up to avoid it, but he smirked and I widened my eyes as Shikaku chomped me in his mouth. I continuously made my clone with cremation in everyone and it soon got too much for Shikaku to handle. He coughed and I got out, I commented. On his saliva, he snorted and soon blue fire rained down on him. The clones with cremation were being held by my sand on the roof. Shikaku kinda cheated and took that sand to himself. I pouted and then all the clones burst themselves in blue fire simultaneously while falling down, hurting Shikaku a bit in the process. I thought to myself, as much as I hate the person who used this quirk, it's mine now so it's okay? Better not use that quirk near Ayaka. I used explosions to propel myself and I tried to touch Shikaku. He was too quick and slammed his tail in my stomach and I went flying behind. I got up and took a deep breath, then covered my whole body in flames. I kept increasing them till I felt the heat and opened my eyes. I saw Shikaku smirking and I realized I was covering half the room with my flames, which was almost double the size of our common room dorm. I smirked and started walking and covered myself in the muscles with Muscular's quirk and jumped up, but Shikaku slammed all the sand he had down on me and I crashed down on the floor. I spit some blood coming out of my mouth and then ran towards Shikaku with speeds only a person with a speed quirk could achieve. I used the drowsy quirk on him and he started swaying from left to right. I jumped up and then made my hand bigger with fire coming out of them and right-hooked Shikaku in the jaw and then used absolute dodge, my super move to fire all the sand bullets coming to me. I asked with the confession quirk, "Where's your weak spot?" And he answered, "My forehead." I sent some Ayaka's clones via twice quirk and the clones used air manipulation to blind Shikaku by sending air right into his eyes. I then flexed a bit and jumped up with muscle fibers, used sand to make my hand larger and used cremation on my elbows as a boost. I got Shikaku square in the forehead and he stumbled around before finally falling down and went unconscious. I sighed and then sat down at the TV, looking at it. Shikaku did say that the time here is equal to the time outside since I didn't come here willingly, so that's a plus. No one POV. Ayaka came in again the hospital room. It had been around a month since Izuku was in a coma. She whispered, "Hey Izu, I think I'm starting to trust Momo a bit. She always protects me when Minoma from Class B tries to harass me. She's very kind and nice. Also Eri called me mommy today. I was really shocked when that happened, but now it's usual." She also asks, "When will daddy wake up?" very cutely. "You know, the doctors said that you can hear me, that's why I say all these things to you. I have the notes from a month if you want them when you wake up, but I know it won't be necessary. You're not a good chef, but you're really smart, so I don't think it'll be a problem. Just wake up, Izu. I really miss you." Her eyes started forming tears, but she quickly swiped them off with her thumb for the 100th time she'd been in this room. She got up and slowly went to her room, cautious of anyone that crossed her path. She reached the firm's living room and entered it. It was chaos there, but Momo made everyone shut up. Ayaka had the scared look on her face, which the class came to have realized was gonna be permanent if Izuku didn't wake up. Momo approached her cautiously and Ayaka jumped into her arms. "Cece, could you please bring me to my dorm R room?" And all the class went silent. Till now she was avoiding even the females, but suddenly at the sight of only boys in the living room with the girls missing, Ayaka had chose to trust a girl rather than face a boy or have him stare at her, let alone around a dozen of them. "Mom?" Oh nodded with a smile, then realized Ayaka couldn't look at her and whispered, "Yes, of course." Ayaka was taken up to the dorm and ran in without shutting the door in Momo's face this time and was met with a hug from Eri, the only person besides Izuku she trusted, till now. Ayaka ushered Momo to come in and she sat down. "Listen, Momo. I know everyone in the class is really nice, but I just can't help it around the boys." "Sorry," and Momo reassured, "It's fine, Ayaka-san. Happens to some people, you don't have to blame yourself." And Eri looked at the mom of 1A before rushing behind Ayaka. "Mommy? Who is she?" Eri whispered with her eyes poking out of behind Ayaka's back, making Momo have a hard time staying conscious and not pass out from the cuteness. "I guess she's my friend Eri. You can trust her, don't worry," and Eri shyly nodded and then came out. Momo thought of something and then started making something. Both Ayaka and Eri were curious with their guards on because they didn't know what Momo was making. Momo finished making what she was and showed a plushie of Izuku. Eri had stars in her eyes and Ayaka sighed in relief. She didn't want her friend to betray her on the first day. She started trusting her. Eri looked at her mom and Ayaka said, "I don't mind, you can take it, But say thanks to Yayorozu, okay? And Eri nodded with a smile and said, after taking the plushie, "Thank you, Miss Yayobosu," and Momo laughed a bit. She said, "Just call me Momo dear," and Eri nodded again with a smile, "Okay, Miss Momo." Sadly, this will be the second last chapter. The next one will be a time skip when both of them are around 29 or some. Izuku POV. I was still in my mindscape, resting after Mai and Shikaku's weekly duel. The score was 8-9 in my favor. Shikaku won every time by chopping me up in his mouth or crushing me with his tail. Suddenly, I started dissolving and felt sleepy at the same time too. Shikaku looked at me and smiled, "Looks like you are waking up, huh?" And I looked around at my body and nodded before everything went dark. I slowly started opening my eyes as the white light blinded me. I grunted and sat up, then touched my head to feel bandages. I looked around with squinted eyes and then took the room into my mind. It was white with a bit of black. There was a mini fridge and TV. I looked around and a nurse came in, holding a writing board and looked at me. I gave her a victory sign and she gasped. She ran out of the door and soon came back with a doctor. He made checkups and then ordered me to stay on the bed to rest. I did as he said and he went outside. A few minutes later, Ayaka ran through the door with a worried look over her face and she ran and hugged me while sobbing. Even if she flew, this was too fast. I looked at the doc and asked, "How did she get here so fast?" The nurse answered in the stead of the doc, "She came here every day for the past 5 months. She usually came around this time, so we were quite lucky that you woke up at this time. You have a good girlfriend, take care of her." "Yeah. I failed one time, I won't let anything happen to her from now," and the nurse smiled. Ayaka looked up with teary eyes and I readied myself for a shouting. It would have come if she was her old self, but this time she tilted her head and asked, "What happened? Why are you covering your ears?" And I looked up with shocked eyes and asked, "Why you don't wanna yell at me?" And she shook her head. I mumbled, "Well, you would do that. Doesn't seem normal that you're not doing it now," and I guess she heard me because tears swelled up in her eyes again and she asked, "So, you don't love me anymore?" "Of course I do. Nothing can make me change my mind of loving you, Aya." The doc and nurse had left till now. She looked up and asked, Really?" And I smiled the best I could before hugging her as tightly as I could, not that much though. She hugged back and then stood up. "Wanna go meet Eri and my new friend? Momo?" Her eyes widened and she smiled widely. "You could hear me." "Yeah, of course, I can never ignore you," and she smiled. We started to go to the forms. When we reached the dorm, I opened the door and heard a shout, "He's weak now, attack." And I sighed again. I could only control about 10 GMS of sand for now since I was still recovering, but that was enough to beat them senseless. I ran to Denki and slid down, avoiding Bakugo and Siro's attack. Mina went for an acidic punch but I dodged. She crashed into Kirishina and I sent the sand in Denki's nose, but Todoroki interrupted by covering the ground with ice. His biggest flaw was solo work. He never was good in a team, that's why he wasn't improving. His attack trapped the whole classroom except Ayaka, but I ran away. Denki finally sneezed. The melted ice turned water, teleported the electricity to everyone, and soon everyone was shocked senseless. I chuckled and took Ayaka back to our dorm, who was a bit scared of what happened to them, but I called her down while reassuring her that they're okay. We came in the dorm and Eri started to run towards us but froze when she saw me, then smiled the biggest smile I had seen and jumped on me. I barely caught her and chuckled when she almost screamed, "You're back." "You're back?" "Yes, I am." "Then, can you be my dad now?" she asked cutely. "Of course. I'll be your dad. I'll take you to amusement parks and then we'll eat ice cream secretly without mommy," I said with a smirk. Ayaka pouted, "I want ice cream too," and we laughed a bit. Good times, good times. Sadly, it were ruined by the teachers. They barged in and Eri and Ayaka froze. They jumped in me but I caught them with my sand and I turned to the teachers and asked, "How may I help you?" The teachers had a confused expression and Midnight shouted, "You just got up from your coma, and this is what you tell to your teachers first?" And I nodded, though confused, and Vlad, Midnight, Mike and Snipe shook their heads sadly. Cementosss said, "Let the boy rest and have time with his family, he just got back from a coma after all." Me, asterisk, agrees with myself. I thanked him and he waved his hand with a smile. "Now worries, we'll go now," and I nodded. Aizawa was still standing there and I figured it would happen, so I stood up and said, "Long time no see, old man," and someone else said, "Yeah, it's good to see you," and I looked at the voice in confusion. I saw All Might standing there with Magnetti and I amused, "Didn't see you there, All Might? Could you please walk out with Miss Magnetti so I can spend more time with my family?" "What are you saying is dash," Magnetti tried to say, but I interrupted her. "Please do not address me in such an informal manner and kindly get the F out of my room." Both of them stiffened and ran away. I looked back to see Ayaka glaring at me a bit, probably because I swore in front of Eri. If it was the old Aya, I'd be dead by now. Aizawa chuckled and we talked a bit before he went back. Eri and Ayaka slept on the bed while I slept on a futon. Izuku POV. We are in our third year now and I think Shona, Shoto and Izuku have redeemed themselves. Inko is working on it but Toshi is the same as always. We got out from our class and headed to the gym to change. We were on our way to the internships. I had mine with Sun Eater. He was the part of the big three when he was in UA, like me. The current big three are me, Ayaka and Denki. Yes, he now has a lot of control over his quirk and can even be as fast as lightning. He is also the only one who can defeat me because of his speed, though it's very rare for him to actually win. We have duels every week and currently the score is 34-36 in my favor. I made my way to his rather new agency. He was very experienced and overall a good hero since he prioritized rescues over head-on fights. Kirishima is also interning at the same agency as me and Ayaka has hers with Hawks. Eri usually stays with her grandpa and granddad, Mike and Aizawa respectively. I had adopted her and she was legally my, now, 7-year-old child. I was also thinking about proposing to Ayaka for our marriage once we graduate and only 1 month was left. I went to Sunniator's agency and entered Yo Kitanashi and he waved back with a smile. He was the most good-hearted receptionist I have ever met. And Kitanashi is not needed in the story, so don't be sad if you forget him. He explained that Sun Eater was in his office and I nodded while walking there. I had my provisional license since my first year so I could technically go on my own, but Sun Eater was needed to say a secret word to Nizu whenever I showed up so I couldn't skip. I entered his office and caught 3 knives with my hands, from the handles of course, and saw Sun Eater behind his desk with Morko ahead. She smirked, "Sup kid," and I waved a bit before going to a very scared Sun Eater. "Hey Sun Eater, let's go on a patrol," and he weakly said, "W can't, W are supposed to have a joint patrol together. You see can go off on your own today," and I nodded happily, but I didn't show it. I jumped out the window, but not before I heard him shriek and look out the window. Of course I had made a perfect landing with a quirk called God's Feet. I basically had slow falling from Minecraft whenever I wanted. I was on a patrol when I heard a store getting robbed. I ran there and looked inside and saw 5 armed men with hostages. One of the hostages had a bomb strapped to them. I quickly analyzed the place. 3 men were hiding behind the counter, ready for a firing competition, and one of them was overlooking the hostages. The last one was grabbing whatever he could. The store was a jewelry shop and the owner was inside it. Considering a man was showing the robbers all the drawers and had all the keys to the doors. I sneakily made some sand go inside and then took out one of the guards that nobody saw, then another and another one. All 3 of them were unconscious now and they were the ones hiding. The man overlooking the hostages shouted, "Hey Armin, anything suspicious?" and got no answer. He looked back and saw 3 unconscious bodies and tished. He looked back and I saw him pointing his finger at one of the hostages. I made the sneaky sand plug the hole in his finger and he shot but his finger blasted. He held his hand and screamed in pain. The last one turned around and I recognized him as Crystal, a new villain who was a part of the 8 Precepts of Death, the organization led by Overhuel. He looked back and turned his hand into Crystal and held the owner who shivered in fear. A purple-haired boy came out and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "To you, real name." He made a disgusted face and foolishly answered "Imdash" and got brainwashed by the now recognized Hitoshi Shinso. He was in 3B and had transferred in B in his 2nd year. I sighed and came out from behind my hiding spot and thanked Hiroshi. He waved it of and we met the owner. He offered us any one thing from the store, no matter how expensive, as a thank you gift. Hitoshi got a necklace for his mom of around $600 and, because I was thinking of proposing, bought a ring for around the same price. I do not live in USA or UK, so I don't know how much money is expensive, don't hate me. I patrolled some more till my time was done and Sun Eater called me. I went to the agency and signed out, changed into normal clothes and walked back home. I went to my dorm and laid down, waiting for something to happen. Luckily, Eri came back from her studies with Nizu early today so I could play with her a bit more. Ayaka came and I asked, "Hey Aya, wanna go on a date?" And she smiled with sparkles in her eyes and nodded. She trusted all of UA now and the pro heroes too, whom she met that is, but still wasn't every good in public alone. She then asked what about Eri? I sighed and said I'll leave her with Shoka and Izumi. Did I mention those two were dating? Okay, well now you know. And Ayaka agreed with a smile. Time skip when they are on a beach. We had went to movies, then at fancy restaurant and by that I mean drive-through of MCD. We sat on the beach after I laid down the towel and started our meal. After a while I sighed and looked at Ayaka, who was staring at the huge moon. I started, "Hey Aya," and she turned to face me and asked, "What's up?" With that, I continued on a Nieka Fukasaki. We have been dating for over 6 years now and these have been the best 6 years except when you weren't with me. I'm not good at these romantic and long talks so I'll get straight to the point. Will you marry me? I mean, we are of legal age and tears started to form in her eyes. I didn't know if it was a good sign or a bad sign so I said too early. And she shook her head and answered, "Yes, duh, what do you think? This is a fanfic, of course she would say yes. Hey, no breaking the fourth wall. Whatever. Anyway, we kissed and blah blah blah, happily ever after." The end. Why? No one POV. It didn't start like a normal day. Izuku being bored as usual and Izumi being...
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.